Hey, Micah Dev, thanks for coming on by. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. Excited for Leon in just a few hours. Hey, Caitlin, thanks for coming on by. You too. Hope your Tuesday is going well. Hey, Liv, you too. Yeah, of course, happy Tuesday it is. Yeah. For my fellow hundred devers, who's well, it's gonna be a coin flip, right? If we're excited or we're just anxious as all heck for a project night tonight, right? So I'm gonna say yes. The API videos. Oh wait a minute, which you're talking about Leon Noel's, right? The classes. I believe they all the classes are currently up there. 43 and 44 were not put up because they contain no real educational material. Unfortunately, I haven't gotten around to it yet. Though every time someone asks me, it gets me that much closer to getting it all on YouTube. But no, I haven't gotten around to it yet. I'm sorry. The API videos. That was a while ago, yeah. Oh wow, that was literally like my first or second stream. Yeah, that is no longer on Twitch at all. I can link you to the repo, but yeah, the video I do have it recorded, so like it's not gone. It's just not on Twitch. It was. I'm trying to remember. It was about the dog. It was an animal API, I think. Yeah, I'm sorry. I appreciate that. Yeah, and again, I do intend to actually get them on Twitch or get them on YouTube. It's just there's a lot of them, and I want to kind of do it the right way. It's the whole perfect being the enemy of good thing you're seeing play out live. But at the very minimum, I can give you the repo to it if I remember it. Random animal generator? That feels like it. Yeah, yeah, of course. Well, this one is very. I can go through it real briefly though, because it has been a while. But basically, they're all a bunch of front end APIs. So how to use some core stuff for them. But let's go ahead and drop that in the chat. Oh, I appreciate it. Oh, I appreciate that too. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's actually. Let's see if it still works. I've not touched this in months. Hey, there we go. We got no pictures of food because there's like a chance it'll show you a picture of fish as in food, not fish as in swim. Yeah. Well, wow. Okay, that is a good one there. But yeah, the code is here, so it's not going to have me explaining going through it, obviously, but this was the instance in which we were learning OOP and such, so I was, you know, forcing myself to write in an OOP manner with a base class animal source, then every API extends that base class. So if you're using multiple APIs that are of the same shape or the same result, this would work. But if you're just using various APIs and they have no real relation, or they're not like all identical, then your code's gonna be a lot simpler than this. Yeah, it was a cute one. Let's see if we're lucky. So we've been lucky again. Ooh. Oh, that's a happy dog right there. The happiest of doggos. Hey Ryan, thanks for coming on by. We're just going down nostalgia road, checking out the good old random generator API. Because I have yet to get these VODs on YouTube. Hope your Tuesday is going well. Oh, we got Door Dog down here. Look at that. Hey, thanks for coming by, Intelligence. Actually, there are a couple people that need a shout out. Okay, you got the double one. There you go. Be sure to check out Intelligence. They play great. Well, they don't play. They stream great co-working streams, real chill times, good music, all the good stuff. But there are also some other people I need to shout out. There is Oregon Curtis. They're also a fellow 100 divers streaming right now. They're doing pure elite code, so we're gonna do the elite code of the day, but they're doing other elite codes, so if you really need elite codes, you gotta go for it. And then we got ship that code. Who are they? Are doing Banky, so looks like the whole bunch of 100 divers are on today. You'll find something of your taste. And hey, thanks Goofer G. Morning, morning. And yeah, I do. That's a fork from Mayans actually. Mayan Wolf Snake game. It works multiplayer only for 2 people though. So again, a little buggy experience, but yeah, that was. I try to keep most of my stuff public, at least going forward. Yeah. But yeah, plan for today is the kill of the day as always. Gonna go through a couple of string methody things, and then I'm going to. So we all know Heroku is unfortunately going away. I found 4 alternatives of varying qualities, and I'm just going to run through really quickly deploying my Pairwise Sorter to Replit, Railway, Render Now, and Cyclic SH, and kind of pros and cons of each. So when it does go down in a month or something, November, so technically a few months, no one's surprised. Yeah, Heroku is going. Yeah, it's Vercel. Yeah, that is. I will mention that when we get there. So if you're willing to write your code in a serverless architecture, as in you're not going to use WebSockets or any kind of real-time connections, then Vercel, Netlify, great free options. I would go with them. There are a couple other too, like Cyclic SH is technically serverless, though it's you deploy a full app. So lots of pros and cons, but we'll get to that when we get to that. What happened, Taco Fed, is Heroku decided to stop their free plan. It's officially going down in November. I think late month November. Someone can correct me or the exact date, but it's somewhere late month November. All your free apps, poof, they're gonna go. So, yeah, it sucks, and you know, Leon's probably gonna know the perfect one, but I figure for those who are anxious, I'll go through those. Of course, that is after we do the leak code of the day. And my overlay's not working, so we're about to see an awkward flash. Don't freak out. Oh, never mind. Look at this. I killed the browser. You can't see it because the browser's dead. GitHub pages, yeah, that's great. Static content, GitHub pages is what you want to do. I know it's a black screen, folks. I'm fixing. So basically, Caitlin, writing serverless code is basically writing it so that your functions, so like your express handlers, every express handler becomes its own little function. So I'll go show you an example. So don't mind this. So you would write a serverless function for this, and it would contain just this. It wouldn't contain the rest of the app around it. It generally is Goofer G. It technically just deploys your yield static assets to the internet. Since, well, if you do usually do it on a separate branch, but you can use the main branch. So I don't really write that much serverless code, I'm gonna be honest, but basically you write just this half of your code, and this goes in a file all on its own, and when the real server hits your code, it will run this. It'll spin up a little thing, it'll run this, and then it'll spin it back down. So it turns it on and off instead of what our apps usually do is your Heroku app, or if you pay for one, it stays on 24/7, always listening. But with serverless, it's like your code's asleep. And then insert your provider here, Vercel, comes by and says, yo, wake up, code, I got a request for you. So your code wakes up, it runs the request, and then it goes back to sleep. Now there's caching and hot and cold stuff, so it doesn't really go back to sleep, but for the purpose of the simple explanation that just got really long, it goes sleep. Yeah, Ryan, I mean, that's maybe one of these will be yours, yeah, but That is the plan. And wow, that guild Twitter. Does that make a lot of difference for an MVP app? So your model would still exist, I suppose. Your view would still exist. It would be very differently. I'm gonna be honest. I don't have enough experience with it, Goofer G. Like I haven't went full on serverless before. Closest I've went, it was using Next.js, but you can do all the things you can with serverless except live, like WebSockets and stuff. Gonna be honest, I don't have enough experience to tell you how exactly it fits MVC. It You can make it fit MVC, but it's not gonna be an exact fit. So it basically you can, but some things are gonna be a little skewed. And there we go. Okay, now my stream view is working. And here we go. So we gotta wait for all the tabs to wake back up. That's why I gotta bring this around. Yeah. Yeah. I'm getting there, folks. Got a lot of windows that gotta turn back on since Firefox decided to alley-oop. But we will be doing this leak code of the day first. So I will drop that in chat. On my computer gives us a free break. Yep. Come on. Come on, computer. Almost there, folks. I'll set a timer. That's what the timer do be for. There we go. That should be a time until we actually start this leak code. And yeah, I know I'm a little anxious too to circle back to our prep for the challenge or the project night tonight. Because we're gonna get 1 hour. I mean, Lee, if you weren't able to attend the Power Hour office hours yesterday, we're gonna get 2 hours of instruction going through the auth, I believe, tonight, and then we're gonna get 1 hour of team working, and then Thursday it's gonna be all team working, which will wrap us around to do the 6th. So we're gonna get 1 hour, 3 hours here, and then if you're not finished by then, it's up to you to get it done by the 6th, or maybe we'll do more working on the 6th. I got no idea. We'll find out tonight, won't we, folks? Okay, unknown. Almost there, folks. And there we go. Yeah. I mean, hey, what does Leon say? God first, family second, and what was it, academics third or something like that? So yeah, don't it's obviously it's a bummer, but those are priorities, Ryan? And hey, you're not the only one who's gonna miss it. I'm sure the Discord is going to be flooded with people coming on different time zones being like, "Hey, I missed it. I missed it. How do I get back in?" And like I said, Leon, they're very all aware of the catch-up crew and the struggle of that. They're planning for solutions there too. So even if you can't catch this round of projects, you can always catch next round. But the Discord is always popping off. I doubt you're gonna have any trouble at all. You got this. Okay, that delay is over. I finally got everything not on fire, and now we will do the elite code of the day. So as usual, we're going full prep. And yeah, honey, it's a mixed bag. That's why it's somewhat randomized, or at least on Remo it was randomized. I'm not sure if it's since we entered our names, they're gonna try to skill match people, put experienced people with less experienced people, so it all balances out. But that's kind of the suspense, ain't it? Right? It's kind of like what Leon says when the for the jobs, right? you're gonna lose nothing. There's literally nothing to lose just for going into it, you know? And like Rufio said yesterday, they really regretted not really committing to it. So if you don't believe me, take their word for it. Now here we what? Did I just click? Okay, that's a link apparently. That don't look like a hyperlink to me, but okay, here we go. So leak code, here we go. You are given a n times n 2D matrix, aka a square, representing an image. Rotate the image by 90 degrees clockwise. You have to rotate the image in place, which means you have to modify the input 2D matrix directly. Do not allocate another 2D matrix to do the rotation. Exactly, Ryan. It's as unfortunate as it is, pain can be a great teacher, you know? Really keeps the memories from going anywhere. Yeah, pain of regret versus pain of discipline. I mean, obviously, in your case, it's a priority, so I wouldn't. Life happens, you know? Okay, so full on prep as usual. Our parameters is a n by n 2D matrix. What does that mean? It means it's an array of arrays. And in those arrays, those inner arrays are numbers. What kind of numbers? Numbers between 1 and 20. Nope, not numbers between 1 and 20. Numbers between negative 1,000 and 1,000. So just numbers. I don't think their value actually matters here. I appreciate it, Ryan. Catch you later, or I'll catch you in class. So visually putting this together, rotating 90 degrees basically means 3 goes all the way over here, 2 goes all the way over here. Wow, I've written this great, and 1 goes here. So to draw it a little better, these 3 go over here. So it's kind of like if it was a brick or a little block and you pushed it over with force coming from this direction, it would topple over like that. I am using, it's a Pop OS / GNOME specific thing. Draw on your screen too. AC Films, yeah, here I saw you were cranking out. Whose stream were you also in? Last night, right? You were in someone's stream talking about your SQL code wars there too. Yeah, you're cranking it out. Yeah, but yeah, Goofer G, I use this GNOME extension, which if you're like 1% of people, I guess you'll find this useful. That is what I do. So you gotta be on GNOME, you gotta be on Linux, and you gotta be cool with this weird thing. I do not know of any alternatives off the top of my head, though. That's what you're probably wanting. Just hit Control-Shift-D, it enters drawing mode. There are a few things. It's not full on perfect, but it's a keybind away, which is basically why I use it. In hindsight, though, you're probably asking about what kind of tablet or whatever I use. I use a mouse. So, if you were asking hardware, mouse. Yeah, I know PHP makes you a pretty happy person, C Films. What does SQL make you? Okay, so breaking down this problem, that's our prep. Our input is an array of numbers. We're supposed to return the exact same array of numbers. Well, nope, we're supposed to return nothing. So this is kind of a rare case where we don't return anything. I would doubt it. Goofer G would highly doubt it. No, I'm sorry to say. If you do find one out, though, I appreciate knowing it, because you are not the first person to ask about it and then be bummed out. I mean, it is Windows, though, so they probably got better ones over there. Yeah, just because the whole market share of the thing. I just haven't looked there because I barely turn on my Windows. There you go. See, if we can always rely on you, C films, for figuring those out. So here comes the pseudocode time. And, some people, I'm actually going to give this a shot, doing it in VS Code. So much as the editor is cool, Code.js, I'm not feeling it for this problemo. Come on, code. And there we go. Okay, here are all of our lovely calls. Now we get to turn these into console logs like you would in the real time. Console log, rotate, passing these parameters should equal the next line, like so. Add parentheses, remove. Oh, I was like, what is that comment? That's that one over there. Got to turn screencast mode on, my bad. Format that, and okay, might as well start Quokka since we are here. There we go. Yo, Nerd and Iron, what is up? Hope your Tuesday is going well. You just caught us. We're just starting our code wars. Haven't even written any code yet. It's okay. It happens. Technology don't always work. Your guess is as good as mine. I mean, I never really looked into it. Hey, at least it's not as bad as YouTube notifications, right? So, as long as we're higher quality than them. And yeah, that good catch there, Ryan. Valorant, huh? Never got into that. Played the CS:GO though. That was fun for those 2 games I played it. Here it's fun though. If you want to check out some Valorant gameplay, it is over there. Although it says Dishonored Part 1. I did play Dishonored though. Dishonored was pretty great. Love me that stealth adventure. So this is an interesting one in which you are meant to rotate the array but not receive it as an argument. So we're going to say array equals this, and then after we will console log it. So how we're going to do that, we're going to select it here. So our calls to rotate, they do this, and they receive the array, but we actually console log on the next line. We'll be console logging array should equal this string. That's a little hard to see, so new line. Okay, and it's good enough. Oh, interesting, C films. That's gonna be interesting for sure. I mean, I know like C# has some databasey features built in. Interesting to see how that comes out. So that timer up there, Nord and Iron, is actually... So this is entirely a web view, so here comes the curtain falls. Ta-da! Oh, that's awkward. That was supposed to... Why is that so big? Why is it on the wrong page? Dr. Right. There you go. Ta-da! You're looking at a website. it's all websites. So this is technically some HTML. It's a React component. I do have the code for the React component on my GitHub, but basically it's an image on my portfolio site, actually. I'll show you the actual image right here. Yeah, lots of people do see films, so it's this image right here. I cropped it into a circle, and I do the same hue rotate that I'm doing here, but I generated 360 clip paths, basically like pizza slices for what should be visible. So that's on one point. Then I created a larger one. So I created 360 of these. I didn't create them, I generated them. And I toggled through them as a animation. So like the animation is of certain length, and the longer it goes on, the more paths move. I do. Might be easier to explain via the code. One more tab won't hurt. Hmm. Oh, C films I'm never really good at those words. I always mix up the exact ones. I think it's imperative at the moment. I was just too lazy to learn OBS or find the overlays and learn all that stuff, nerd nine. So I was just like, I'll do this instead. So here's the code for it, because you are not the first person to ask. So I threw it up in a GitHub real quick. Basically, here's the 360 degrees. We're about to see a bunch of shock faces. So here they all the clip paths. I just generated 360 of them and called it a day. Yeah, it's not the best way. Probably really bad code, but it works. So y'all couldn't tell it was bad code. Then it's a React component. Again, my React isn't the best, but it works. And it has, a bunch of that animation and stuff. It's not bad if it works. That's right. Yeah, you're right, C Films. That is where it's currently going, but like for where you do, last we talked, want it to go, it seemed at least declarative from what I think declarative is. Again, I'm probably wrong on what I think it is, but it seemed like it. Ah, I appreciate it, Live Honey. Yeah, it works and it works. That's all that matters, right? Okay, let us get on to that leak code now. So, we went through our parameters. We already have our return. Nothing. We modify the array in place. Our examples are right here, where 1, 2, 3 ends up as 1. I think I can actually select this 1, 2, and 3. Right there, there, and there. And then our pseudocode is the last part. So let's figure that one out. Yeah, you're right. C films, there is no OOP. It is typed because you got types. But I don't know. Like I said, C films, I do not know. I cannot call them. The Anki has failed me. You can say in this case for the terms imperative and declarative. So what we want to do is we want to loop through these three values and put them here, here, and here. But as we do that, we want to make sure that we actually save 6 and 9. We don't want to get rid of them. Hey, Car 6, thanks for coming on by. Your Tuesday is going well. We're just knocked out the leak code of the day here. Do not allocate another 2D matrix to do the rotation. Well, yeah, that would be easy, If only. So I'm trying to think without allocating another array. Okay, as always, folks, don't try to make your code perfect first time. Do not be afraid of writing bad code and then making it good later. So what our pseudocode is going to be is make copy of matrix. The first step is to break the rules. Then it'll be traversing. Well, I guess we just gotta pick a way to traverse. So let's see. So if I go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, left to right normal brain, then my output is basically a reversed in that way. So my row would start at 0. Yeah, my row would still increment the same. It's my column that would be reversed, going from negative. We're going in a reverse loop, basically. Yeah. Back to the Future. Well, what's your slogan for C Films? The best of the past and the future, or something? I have not looked at the repo in a while. Through copy of array row or L, left to right, top to bottom. And then for the next part, here we go. Assign in order, right part to L, and still top to bottom. Well, technically it's rotated, so it's not really. It's top to bottom, right to left. That's not really good pseudocode. Yeah. You ain't ready. You ain't ready for that yet. And there it is. See, films learns from the past, but looks to the future. Oh, you know what? You all inspire me now. I do not have Back to the Future in my movie quotes API. I'm definitely gonna add that after this. At least on the next break, we're gonna add that. See, y'all inspired me. Okay, so first we're going to make a copy of a matrix. Const copy equals new array or const row of matrix. Const RC, which stands for row copy, equals row dot map value value. Or, there are better ways to make copies of arrays. You can use the spread operator. Since we don't need a variable, we can just push it straight to copy. Copy push. We're gonna one lineify the whole thing. I know, Norton. I had it on the list. I just didn't get to it. It was high on the list. It just didn't get in there. There were a bunch of other requests from people at the time, so it was the people's vote. It wasn't me, the people. But yeah, this is the API in question. You can query anything. So like, for example, you can see my favorite query here. It's just for sometimes I'll, and there's when it was set in friends, and here's where it was set on the office. Sometimes I'll start a sentence, I don't even know where it's going. The Office Season 5, Episode 11 at 11 minutes and 34 seconds. So the reason I made this is, you saw those yearbook quotes where they would get past censorship by quoting The Office Season 5, Episode 11 to say what they wanted to say. So I was like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if you could do the reverse? Look for a word and then find out when it was said. No, not blaming the fans. Oh, jeez. Okay, I take it back. Yeah, Nerd Night. And I got a few titles in here. We have Anime. I lied. The Goldfish Memory. Okay, this is completely on me now. Oops. Back to the Future is here. My bad. Let's see. Whoopsie daisy. Gonna love it. That's probably the one. Oh, fill out a query. So, egg on my face. Oh, why didn't that work? Why isn't this working? Okay. Back to the Future. Oh, it's the word gonna, and it's going to, right? Yeah, it's probably going to love. There you go. Okay, so wow, they said the same thing on all three movies. So yeah, an hour and 29 minutes. Your kids are gonna love it. 127 or 129. Your kids are gonna love it. Yeah, it's all part of the plan. So yeah, y'all can, if you get that quote API from your Back to the Future, you can be like, darn it, which movie / time was that said? Well, this is the app for you. That was another quote y'all spit out. Manure. I hate manure. That was Back to the Future 2 at 1 hour, 34 minutes, and 38 seconds. And this is a very blank website because this was the first time I created a open API. Nah, it's not going on no Play Store. It was just so I can experiment with open APIs. It's you could tell because I didn't remember what movies I even had on it. Yeah, it's cool. It's just in the past now. I don't know. I think like yeah, the thing is like this depends on subtitles, you know, so it's not hard to do. It's just I don't know. I just got a lot. I guess I lost interest in it. Like it was to do a thing, and I did the thing. Nah, live. I mean, it is cool. I like it. It just it did its job. It's like completed, right? It's very rare that I get a project completed. So once it now that it's done, I mean, I can add movies to it. It's not difficult. It's all in the database, but yeah. I just realized I don't have a link to the GitHub on this. That's awkward. That's something that does need to be here. I already have enough in progress projects. I don't need to go in the graveyard and dig up old ones. But it is here. Again, I should have had the. That's on me for not having the thing quotes. There you go. And there's the actual code if you want to see it. Now the actual quotes, they're in a database. Y'all can't see that. There you go, see films. It has been abandoned or it's entered maintenance mode. And don't break it because I ain't gonna fix it. Okay, so row equals traversing through the matrix. So matrix length r plus plus. So we're traversing through rows. And now we are traversing through columns. Now we can do this safely, so we're accessing the same matrix length because it is a square. So we can safely do that. Now, this is basically math. So I have 0, 0, and I need to transform it into 2, 0. So hold up. And then 1, 1 will need to transfer to 2, 2. And 0, 3 will need to transform into 1, 3. Okay, so there's a bit of math here. The great thing about this is that once I figure the math out, it's basically the problem solved. So let us figure out how I math from 0, 0 to 2, 0, 1, 2. No, I'm even saying it wrong. Okay, I've got to write this down. 0, 0, 2, 0, 2. So what this is doing is this is taking the length 3 minus crazy math. Okay, so that's a good thing. I keep going back to this picture. It's so useful. So I'm trying to think. It's basically rotating them all around. I have to figure out math. So it's going to be let new row equals number and, or let target row rather. TR equals number, let TC equals number. Then once we figure out that, it's matrix target row, target column equals matrix current row, current column. Hey, thanks for the hydrate there, Liv. Appreciate that. As we put off the math for long enough. So I have 0 and 0, so target row is going from 0 to 0. But when it goes to here, so 0, 0 to 0, 2. But then we have 0, 0, 1, 1. Then 0, 3 comes 2, 0. So I can see the number shifting. figure out math. Ooh, it's not a day for numbers. Hmm. Wait a minute. 7474. Hmm. Okay, I thought I had an idea about maybe we could just do swaps instead of rotating around. But that is not what we want. Okay, so trying to do the actual assignment here obviously is the right way, but the complicated way. What we're going to do is we're not going to do it the right way. We're going to do it the bad way. And that's why for every row and index, we're going to access the opposite on the thing. So when we're at 0, 0, that's really... Hold on. Yeah, so for every column, so right here, we need to grab all the values of that row right here. So we map over all the columns, then we get all the rows, because that's what we need. We need to offset it some way. So it's either mapping over all the rows, and then using those to get columns, or columns and those to get rows. And we're going to try... We're just going to console log it and see how it outputs. Apparently I did some crazy comments there. So cost res equal... So we need traverse over res equals this. For let I or let column equals 0. I'll just yoink that one. And then it's for let R, so yoink that one. And now here we have cost new row equals this. And you push to row all of the things at this location, which is matrix RC. So it's row.push this value. Then res.push row console log row. Let's just see what it looks like. Is not defined because I named it result, of course. So let's see there. Okay, it took me a while. It's like, this is a math problem. I was like, no, this is a loop problem. So we are expecting to get 147. We got 741. Ooh. So the values are in the right rows. They were just backwards. So if I invert this loop by setting it to a greater than loop, so I gotta comment to that before I infinite loop myself. Matrix length minus 1, r greater than or equal to 0. Then r negate, so this loop goes backwards now. You need 2 equals 2 negative signs. We now have 741,852,963. Let's run it on the next example, just to be sure. Okay, wow, that got a little truncated, but we can hover and we see we got... Oh, it's up here. 15, 13, 2, 5, 14, 3, 4, 1. Okay, that is correct. So this is working, but what we're doing is We're doing exactly what they told us not to do. We're creating a new copy of the matrix. But we write bad code first, we write good code later. So once we have our copied thing, what we want to do is basically reassign it to result. We'll reassign it to the matrix. So const copy, I'm going to rename this. And then for every row and column, so copy this loop twice. I'll rename this one to R. Then we're going to assign from copy to the actual matrix. So matrix RC equals copy RC. And now if we look at our console logs, we see 741 equals 741, 1513.2 equals 1513.2. So this works. Leetcode's going to be very unhappy about it. They might even get a timeout thing, because I'm not sure what or why and reason. But, I mean, I assume that since they specifically said no copying, if you were to do so, you'd hit a very angry memory error or something like that. But we ain't about to care about such things. Let's use examples. Oops. Okay. Yeah, that's a good tip for y'all. You want to click use example test cases before you submit, because that puts all of your test cases in the box. Okay, let's get ourselves a time limit exceeded, and wow, okay, past me had already done this. Now, there we go. Let's see what past me did. Got a past me JavaScript and 2 JavaScripts in a Python. Okay, past me, what is up? Oh my goodness. This must have taken me forever. It's the math. And it's Python, so let me try to see if I have a JavaScript math solution. Oh no, I remember this. This was in we were in 100 devs at this point. Yeah. We were talking about how Python had a zip method that easily solved this. And we were like, man, imagine if JavaScript had a zip method. And if JavaScript does have a zip method, you can also one-line it. I do not have the brain power to explain how that works. Then this also don't have the brain power. Let's go to the official solution and see what the approach is. So, yeah, this is the math I was trying to figure out. Yeah, bah. Any moment now. I guess we're not looking at code. Here we go. Oh, wow, okay. It was not that dissimilar at all. Okay, it's math. Very much something that I shove in your Anki, you know? Just shove it in your Anki, trying to think too hard about it. I'm definitely going to see this as a relatively common question, because I have seen it before. Oh, of course, Nerd and Iron. Yeah, I appreciate it. I greatly appreciate it. Again, those who might have came by and don't know, Nerd and Iron does some Valorant streams, if you want to go check them out, or some Dishonored streams. And now, we're going to go move on to our string stuff. Yeah. So these are all the string methods that we were meant to, Anki and all that stuff, and we did all that. But the way I like to learn about things, particularly, is by seeing how it works under the hood. So we're only going to do like 15 minutes of this and then move on to the project. But the way I like doing this is basically being like, oh, okay, so this is how it works. How would I do it if I were to write it? So basically, if we had a string, so A, B, C, D, E, F, we were to say dot length, we were to console log it, we would get 7. That's not at all surprising. I'm trying to think if I can actually do this. Okay, so we cannot just go and override the string prototype length, apparently. That is super sad. Makes me think, why not? I guess it's because it's a magical read only. But if I were to say R2 length, and I'd write this as a function, then we return 1. So basically, it's like, if the length method did not exist, how would you write it? Well, this is how I would think that would be. Now, obviously it does exist, so this is kind of a moot point, but usually we do a for loop, so let I equals 0, but then we're actually calculating the length, so we can't say I less than this length, because I'd say that would be cheating for sure. What we can do is use a numerable string, or use the for of loop. And of course, Nerd and Iron, yeah, you go for it. I appreciate the lyric, yeah, and an art project sounds fun. Yeah, well, a whole bunch of different art streamers around here. Yeah, it's a small world, you know. So for const thing of this, so we're gonna loop through this, and for every iteration, so we're gonna initialize length to 2, and then we'll say length plus plus. Then we'll return length, and it, again, very much a moot point, but if you didn't have a length method, you could use a for of loop to iterate over something, and that would give you the eventual length of the thing. Again, length is kind of a easy one. Doesn't really help us understand how it works because it's a built-in, it's just a property. Trem though, this one I think is going to be a fun one. So if we want to say trem, oh yeah, and we can actually override this one properly now since it's not a property. So this is going to be fun. We can look at old trem and then we can look at new trem. So that's what old trem does, as we can see, if you add white space and say stuff, it gets rid of all of the white space. Put some quotes on here so we can see the invisible white space. This is great template literaling by me, by not using a template literal. So we can see old trem gives us the letter A with no white space around it. New trem, oh, that actually modified the thing before I thought it would. Well, that's a fun factoid for y'all. When you modify the prototype, the scope goes up higher for some reason. I think Quark is doing some weird stuff. There you go, C Films almost got them all. Okay, what are you doing, Quokka? You're supposed to help us, not harm us. Okay, there we go. That works. And then when I drop in the prototype change, there you go. It only changes. Oh, I get it, because it's using the exact same one. Okay, so the solutions to this is to use it only on R2 trim. And yeah, that's actually interesting how Quokka keeps your state and all your changes. So again, this is why you don't modify the prototype of things you don't you don't own. Yeah, Quokka was the chosen one. It wasn't meant to help us, not making life harder for us. So we're gonna stop and start. And yeah, I was gonna literally override the old names, but the Quokka has let us down, so we're just gonna implement the new ones. So what would the trim method look like? Well, we can see a little article here, and in the end, string trim. See the full docs, because MDN is the basically single source of truth. You can see white space from both its beginning and end are removed. And it takes no parameter. So you call trim, it gets rid of white space on both ends. Specifically, all the white space characters, spaces, tabs, no break spaces, etc., etc., and these things. Now we're not going to go that far. Once you see one, you see them all, but that's basically what we're going to do. Is we're going to the way I'm going to do it is traverse through the string until we hit a non-white space character. So we'll traverse through, and then we'll be like, got one. Then we'll traverse through from the backwards and be like, got one. And then we will return this bit of the string here. Again, it's written in C under the hood, very efficient and stuff, but if you were asked, implement trim method without using trim, I think this would be what you would do. So first we need these variables outside, so let start equals 0, we need two variables, start equals 0, end equals 0. Then we're first going to start our first one, so start. So basically we're checking that start is less than this dot length and start current character at this location. So this start not equal or triple equals, because we want to traverse through all the white spaces, a space, and start plus plus. And I just realized that I completely messed up this for loop because or I abused the for loop. Start and end, we can see start is now 3. So I abused the for loop to do what I wanted. I'll show you the normal way, but this is how you would abuse the for loop. So end equals this length minus 1. End is greater than or equal to 0, 0, and then I do the decrementation. And there we go. So we have start and end, and then from this point we concern this splice start end, I believe. It is slice, not splice. And we get SFA, and since end is exclusive, we need to add a +1. So again, that's a very janky way of doing it, but essentially what's happening is that we're starting at 0, and while we're not at the end, and we're still touching white space, this is the part of the algorithm that in real life checks for the other kinds of white space. Then we're going to increment start. So this is essentially a while loop that I shoved in a for syntax. So just to show how similar they are, we're going to use it in the while syntax. So while these conditions start plus plus. You can see how much easier that is to read. So just because you can put something in a for loop or you can put something in a while loop doesn't mean it belongs there at all. Yeah, we're going to do the exact same conversion down here. And end decrement. Yep, so we start at both ends, and then we'll move the starter one until we find your first non-white space, and the ender one until you find your first non-white space. Again, that's not how it really is, but that's, I believe, a simple way to implement it. And includes. This is a interesting one. Again, the complexity is increasing, folks. String prototype R2 includes this function. This is the first one that is taking an argument. So, the fun fact, as you can see, the exact same method name exists for arrays. So a case-sensitive search to determine whether one string may be found within another string. It also takes a starting position. So this is 2 arguments. You have search string and position. According to the thing, defaults to 0. And we would like to actually call this includes. So what does it include? It includes SFS. The answer is true, but if we say SFS from the position of 7, nope, that's not how that works. It is false. False, false, false. Okay, so if we say it from 4 on, it's false. That is our little test case. Now I'm going to do the exact same thing down here. But instead of using the one that does work, we're going to use the broken one. Undefined. So we can see that we already have a starting position here. So that will basically be where we start the array at, where we start searching at. And then from that point forward, we will, again, they do it the fancy way. But if we had to do it, I would start here and I would look forward this many characters to see if I can loop through all these characters, finding them at all these positions. Eventually, I'll come here where I can check this equals this, at the second one equals the second one, and the third one equals the third one. And I'll be at the end of the loop without breaking. And that will be the determiner for I made it. So for let start equals position, start less than this dot length, start plus plus. And again, folks, much more efficiently written in the actual code. We're just having some fun here. Now we're going to loop through let I equals 0 through the search string. I less than this dot, well, search string, and I plus plus. So we're iterating through all the starting positions of the outside string, and then every character of the inside string. Well, we're checking that if this start plus I triple equals search string I. So it'll probably be easier to write this the other way, to be honest. So we're checking if the current character in the search string equals the current character offset by where we're starting from in the haystack string. Then we're going to do something. What are we going to do? Well, we're actually going to do the opposite. So we're going to start off this function assuming that we have found it. So we're going to be like, we found it. And so we're making an assertion and running the code to prove it false, instead of the alternative, which is running the code to prove it true. So then when we don't find a match, we're going to say found equals false. And for funsies, we're going to break out because we don't need to search the rest of the string. Then we're going to say if it was found, turn found. But if you go through the entire loop and you don't find it, then you return false. And here we can see it is false and false, which is very incorrect. So let us see where it went wrong. Probably in here. Let's see. It's what you love. We love console log, folks. Console log I. So well, I versus start I. Start plus I. Colon. Angry quokka. Okay, so we start at 0, then to 1, then 0, then 0. So something gets reset. Yeah, Python can be fun. It's I mean, your second language is always going to be a unique experience because you're going to realize, especially going between JavaScript and Python, how similar they are. It's mainly just the syntax and the built-ins that you need to learn, and the ecosystem, but that's with any new language. So there's a lot to learn, but then you're going to realize that, oh wow, I already know all of these concepts. It's just all these new ways of writing the same concepts I knew in JavaScript. So it's fun for sure. It's actually what I started off on. Good old Python. Okay, so I'm noticing a significant amount. So we start from 0, 1, 2, 4, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, So 0, 1, 2, 3. 3 is the one that we actually make progress on. Oh, typo. There we go. Hmm. Okay, JavaScript's at the top. Then, well, I guess types. My ability and well, TypeScript is a lot I don't know how to do. So, JavaScript's at the top. TypeScript is next. Python, then PHP. No, Python, then SQL, then PHP, and at the very bottom, Ruby. Yeah, folks, aside from that little error, though, this is how it includes, at least you can mentally think, it does what it does. We start at the index and we look 3 ahead for the word. We don't find it. Look 3 ahead. We don't find it. Look 3 ahead. We don't find it. And finally, we look 3 ahead and we do find it. And with that, we do be taking our break. When we come back, we will be jumping into the actual project, which, where's my list? Here's my list. Adding the bulk adding, editing, and deleting. The ability to cross items off because I didn't intend this to turn out to be a to-do list, but it turns out when I'm doing things like this, being able to cross an item off is actually useful. So the ability to do that, and that'll probably take most of our next session. Hey Aaron, how's it going? Hope your Tuesday's been going well. Those who don't know, Aaron does a pretty cool game development in Godot. They are the one, the only, the man with the bear. Hey, that is you. Would you look at that? Did you get that webcam all fixed out? Or, cause like, it was all frizzled and frazzled and you had to bring out the backup one. Hope you got that working though. That was an experience though. You know, it was like, poop, now we have a green screen. Where's green blob? Thought that might have been your VTuber debut, huh? Like, oh, this is it. They've all surrounded him. They've taken out the webcam. There's only one option left. Guess you came by just as we were going for break. Oh, Cam is dead. R.I.P. Well, you know what you have to do now. You have to make it like you have to immortalize it in the game somehow, right? Like make a an ancient ruin with a dead camera or a broken camera on it. Put a random date on there that has nobody in the game's gonna know about except those who are on the stream. You gotta make a story for this camera now. Mm. Oh yeah, it was an iPhone that exploded or something. Yeah. Ah, free break, right? Free break. Yeah. Yeah, break it is. For sure, for sure, yeah. This is gonna be a legacy and it's gonna be like years down the road, people are gonna be like, what's up with this camera? Well, do I have a story to tell you, youngins? Maybe after the break, though, before we stretch, hydrate, and relax, folks. Welcome on back, folks. Come on back. Something went wrong with the captions. They are working now. Just swap back on in and take care of bulk edit, which is include adding and deleting. Ooh, yeah, I could see that. PHP, JavaScript, SQL, Python. Yeah, I could definitely see that. I guess you haven't really done much Ruby then, if your TypeScript is better than that, or you've gotten some of your TypeScript taekwondo since I last really chatted. Hey, MD Rez, I'm doing pretty well. I hope your Saturday's going well. We're about to jump into this little task here for adding bulk editing, or which is really just adding and deleting, to our pairwise sorter. Let's delete some of this. So delete. Goodbye. Don't want that. Got a couple things around here I need deleting. Delete. Good, good. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. For those who are new here, you included, I suppose. If you want to catch some other streamers that are doing some cool stuff right now, we got some leak code, some banky questions, which, if you're unfamiliar, are interview questions that, they commonly ask. Well, you add them to your Anki deck, which is great for memorization. Go check out these Ship the Code and Oregon Curtis. And of course, Aaron here for the Go.Magic. Yeah, so I'm working on this pairwise sorter. Basically, it's a list of things, and you input a random list of things. So I'll just reset one. And then you will be asked to sort this list in some way. So you'll be presented two options, and you'll be told, you'll tell the program which one of these is higher on the list. So you can click them or use your keyboard, all that fun stuff. And eventually, it will sort the list. That only took two questions based on your comparisons. That's the project as a whole. That's what I'm working on. What I'm specifically doing now is making it so you can bulk add and delete things. So instead of doing it one by one or clicking this delete button one by one, basically allow you to synchronize the list of values. So like if you change something, you don't have to come by like, oh, which one did I delete and blah blah blah. You just be like all of them at once, or all of them, a bunch of new additions at once. It's basically a way to synchronize a good old plain list with the magic list. We're actually starting right here on the view. So, form time. Yeah, it is a different syntax, that's for sure. Never really, I messed with it because like Ruby on Rails exists, but never really got into it per se. Okay, so let us find my view, because whenever you're doing something, you always start from either the model or the view, start from one end of the data. And view is the user end, so this is where I will go to the list, and we'll just make a new form. A new form sounds like a good idea. Where would I like this form? We have update button. Sure, we'll put it right here. Is it a good place as any? So another form. Let's close that off. What we want to do. Oh, I'm gonna click that. What you think of Netflix's dislike, like, and super like ranking system? I think it's better than, doing numbers and stars, because people's value of those are widely different. While a like and an unlike is generally Boolean, and then super like, I suppose, that is kind of a starring system. You're adding three options, but one's negative, one's positive, and one's super positive. Unlike 1 to 5, some people say 1 as minimal, some people say 1 is bad. So it's definitely better than numbers. So JSXMDRes is a It's kind of a way to replace EJS. I'm using it that way. It is a way that allows you to, in JavaScript, write HTML in this syntax. Specifically, it stands for JavaScript XML, literally JavaScript XML. It's commonly used with React. So any React application, you'll see it written with JSX, and it is replacing, in this case, the EJS. They're all in my views folder of the Express application. So yeah, it's acting as my view. So EJS, handlebars, boring old HTML, and as you can see, JSX are all options for your view. It is my replacement of EJS because we were going to handlebars, but then I didn't like handlebars, so I was like, you know what? I think React is cool, but I don't want to bring all of React in here because we're not learning that yet. So I'll bring a little bit, hence JSX. What's that? I'm not sure what stack that is. C films. We got Python or PHP, Express, something node. Oh, I'm missing. Where's the database on that? Postgres? Postgres. There we go. Postgres, Express, React, Node. I mean, that's basically yeah. I mean, that's pretty good for me. It's just mirroring with a database swapped out, so I'm good with that. If you use an ORM or anything, it's basically the same. You just gotta write your schemas out a little more relational than the wild, wild west of Mongo. Appreciate that chime in there, whoa, dude. But yeah, we gotta make ourselves a form here. So making a form, it's basically gonna be a copy of the last form. So yeah, don't write from scratch, write from previous. So yeah, we're gonna make a method of post, then we'll override it. So let's think, what would this be an overriding of? We're not posting because we're not creating a new thing. We're not patching because we're technically overriding all the things. So this will be a put, at least it's closest to. Yeah, well, dude, I mean, yeah, it's pretty good. Postgres is a pretty good database. It's, I choose it over MySQL usually, so yeah. The power of architecturing applications pretty well, though, is you can swap out the databases with little impact. Little on the rest of the code, obviously. You're gonna have some impact when you write your actual stuff. Bulk edit. What do I want to call these? New names. And now we get to get rid of all this. Default value. Well, that's gonna be fun. Placeholder. What do I call this here? Add and move moves at once. Add and delete. There we go. Yeah, see films. That's also what they're doing. This is an interesting one that we're not doing this text anymore, but we are taking the list item. So we want to join every name into an array of strings, but they need to be multi-line. So that's what this takes. So it's list items map, and we'll take every item, convert it to an item.name, then we'll join this list of strings by a new line character to get basically them on each line. And the update button, we'll call this edit. Before we even get to writing any of that backend stuff, we just get to see if this looks good. It would look good if I were running it on local development. So we gotta turn the server on. npm run dev, let's spin her up. I forgot to set that on earlier. It's good now. Okay, so if we go to a list, any old list, probably the same list we just came from. After we log in, of course, we do gotta log in. You're right, yeah, CFM. So if you say you're Mern stack, you could be both, yeah. could be both. There we go, and here are our string methods. And if we take a look in here, we can see a new form has arrived. Ta-da! Of all of the contents. Now, so this is the front end of it. Now we need to create a route that will receive this data and pass it to our non-existent controller. So this is going to go in my routers folder, probably on the list, because we're modifying the listicle. And let's see, so if I'm making a post there, this is the actual post. Oh, look, there's a slot here. I can say dot put. So put list controller dot, what do I want to call this? Bulk edit items. Now this is going to be angry catch on fire because we do not have a bulk edit items controller, but we will. Function bulk edit items. It's going to take the old request spots. I don't think it's going to take a next because you're either successful or you're not. It's going to be no weird messaging around here. So first we need to get all the new names. We want them as an array. And there's going to be a limitation of this, in which if you have multiple names for, like, you have two lists with the same name, that's not really what this is for. So they've been allowed up to this point. That's been as a consequence. Like, it's a bug, not a feature. So I'm going to put them in a set. So const new names. MERP could be Mongo Express, React, and PHP. Yeah, you're right. You can all just find the next acronym for the next best stack. AC Films. So it's on the request body. New names, the name I gave it. I'm going to split my new line, and we want to do a little sanitation for the deletions at least. So this will be S. Here comes that trim again. Well, it would have came if I spelled it right. String methods are everywhere. We want to filter boolean to only keep the lines that have any content on them, so to get rid of all the white space lines. This will include trailing and suffixing ones. Now we have that. We need to get the list so we can modify the list by adding and deleting things to it. So we need to get the list. So const list equals, there it is, list find one. Probably exactly what we want, because we only want to be able to modify lists that we ourselves own. Don't want to be making changes to anyone else's list. Now, how do we want to do this? Meep. Ooh, Mongo Express Angular Python. Not sure if that would work, C Films, because Express implies Node.js. How would you? Also, Angular also, well, yeah, that's a front-end framework, but still. Express. Mean. You can go mean, M-E-A-N. That will give you a node as the last one. And I guess that also works for MERP, too, because Express and PHP, how would they work together? I mean, they're cool stacks. I just don't know how feasible they would be. My brain can't see the beautiful picture you're painting. Create an array of items that we're going to delete, and we go through. Technically, we have a list of things, like they're a list like this, so I have different things. We want to keep track of all the indexes we're going to delete, because if we just start deleting things, then we will skip over some items here. So we want to keep a track of all the indexes to delete going backwards. Okay, well, dude, some strong opinions. That's cool. Whatever, as long as it's not Angular. It's the one front-end framework I haven't really dived into yet, but I mean, I hear good things about it. I hear bad things about it. It's very opinionated. That's definitely what I hear about it, and Your opinion on opinionated frameworks basically sways your opinion on Angular, is what I've heard. Specifically with, you have to agree with their opinion, right? That's any opinionated framework, though, I suppose. If you don't agree with the framework's opinion, then you ain't gonna like it. You're gonna be struggle busting it the entire time you work with it. I'm trying to think if we actually need to keep track of deleting, or can we just delete them? So, yeah, we'll just do a for loop for let I equals 0, or I equals list.items.length minus 1, I greater than or equal to 0, I negative negative. Their guess would be, I mean, yeah, that is technically correct, C films. If they would do anything not Angular, then yeah, PHP would count as anything. So now we're checking if new names has this list items current item dot name. If so, then you will be deleted, which I don't think I need to keep this. I can directly list items splice. Ooh, I'm doing splice. Would that be okay with manga? We're about to find out. YOLO. You're right, C films. You are correcto. Oh, hold on. We need to clean up all the comparisons. So I was right in thinking we need to keep track of all the things. So deleting is here. When we splice out that thing, we need to keep track of the IDs. So deleted IDs dot push whatever you just removed. Remember, splice returns an array. We index it by 0, and then we say .id to get the deleted IDs. Boom. There we go. That's what we wanted. So now we got all the deleted IDs. And okay, we don't want to put the cart before the horse. We do have to modify comparisons, but first we have to do the other half of this. The adding. Wait a minute, that's wrong. If I have the name, then I don't want to delete it. So if the name doesn't exist anymore, then delete it. Otherwise, I want to add all the ones that I'm not deleting. How do I get all the ones that I'm not deleting? That would be a union intersection difference. It'll be a difference. But I'm already traversing through it, so I can just be like right here. And then else I'll do this, but if this is one of the ones I'm keeping, that I can say new names dot remove current name. Then new names will only contain the actual new names. I think that's right. Node, Oracle, CSS, Angular, and Parcel. No cap. That's a good one, Sweezy man. Hope your Tuesday's going well, by the way. No cap at all. So now we have all the deleted IDs gone, and we have all the ones that we are keeping not in them anymore. We can keep track of all the ones we're adding, which is a for loop and a push, right? So for const name of new names, this items push. I'm gonna give this a new name, and Mongo will generate the created at and updated at for me. Mongoose will specifically do that. Good. Yeah, I think that's what we want. Swag stack, eh? Belt, Webback, Aurora, and Golang. I have not heard of Aurora. Must be a sight to behold, though, right? Okay, now I clean up all my comparisons, which I do have a method that does something like this. Nope, not there. generate nested unsets. Let's have a looky-loo at this. This generates an unset. When I'm not doing an unset, I'm doing a dot save, so that's not useful. Well, the loop might be useful. Come on back. Yeah, I'll yoink this because it might be useful, but it ain't exactly what I want. Ah, Amazon's own DB. Gotcha, Sweezy. Yeah, okay, cool. I never really. Well, I thought that was DynamoDB. I must have got them mixed up, or I never worked with that one. But yeah, there's enough similarly or differently named, basically same um not legacy vendor lock technologies. I'm sure you could spell anything. That'd actually be an interesting app, right? You give it a word and it spells it with technology terms. Ah, okay, yeah, gotcha. That's why. That's why I didn't recognize it. Never really used the SQL one. Aurora. Arara. Let's cut that. So this is what I want to do, and I like to do it a little differently. How would I like to do so differently? So I want to traverse through all of them. I want to traverse through all of the ones nested. So I need the key and the sub ones. I've named it greatly, and this is list dot like so. Ah, the cop stack. CSS, Oracle, and PHP. Add Express on that, and it's the cope stack because you're using CSS as one of your primary technologies. So you gotta be sad with that. Unless you're the unicorn out there, but I don't think we're getting unicorns in the stack. Ooh, DM Bull. That's a controversial opinion. I don't know. I don't know if we all like HTML. How brave of you to say, DM Bull. Hope your day's been going well, by the way. And we're just over here working on adding bulk editing, bulk adding and deleting, really. But yeah, HTML. I mean, technically, yeah. I'm also using HTML. I'm just using something else in the middle. I'm using some JSX that writes my HTML. I'm also using Express to serve my HTML. So it's all really HTML. Just using a bunch of tools to get that HTML to the users. Hey, so easy, yeah. Whatever tool does your job, right? If it works, then it works. What other reason would you not love it? Okay, so now we're gonna do for the whole deleted thing. So if deleted IDs, now that I'm doing a check, this might as well be a set. New set. So swap that to add. If deleted IDs has what this key is. I don't think I could have just checked if this key exists in comparisons. But I need to loop through this anyway, so I think I'm fine here. Then it'll be list comparisons. Yeah, URC films, we know it. Delete this key, and then just for funsies, deleted IDs, delete the key also. I think I have typo comparisons. Thank you, C spell extension. You have saved me once again. Else, we need to kind of for loop for this. I think I don't want that else. We'll drop a continue statement. There we go. Give ourselves an implicit else. So for const key of sub keys, because I don't care about the keys. We're not. There's only 2 layers deep. We're in no 3D arrays around here, or 3D maps. This would be. What happened to the auto formatter? There it went. Basically the same logic up here, right? But the difference is that we ain't gonna do no continue. So delete the continue. If deleted keys has keys, list comparisons. Up here comes the nested. Get. I should have sub, so I can directly ask sub. Sub delete. And there we go. Should be the additions and the removals. Now we want to save the document. This .save, and then we want to send them back to where they just came from. So response .redirect. And you know what? We're gonna list. Trying to think with the URL. Oh, tab 9. It's been a while, but you finally are coming in clutch there. That's exactly what I wanted. The John stack, JavaScript, Oracle, HTML, and Node. That's a good one for sure. What stack do you use? Oh, I use my own stack. If your name's John, it's like, boom, that's the stack you use. I can see that. If you're hitting the form, then we assume you're like messing with it. It's kind of on your fault if you don't make any changes when we can actually save to the database. Now finally, we have to export this. Well, not that, clipboard. I should have, if I only had Clippy, right folks, I would have been able to paste that correctly. Good shout. And now, with the final piece in, we should have no errors. Never mind. Await is only valid in an asynchronous function. That would help. Defining it with async would certainly help. Okay, listing 1337 is good. You know, we're actually gonna open. Again, I do not have too many tabs open, not at all. I'm trying to think where I exposed this on Express. Honestly, I forgot what I called this thing. Again, I'm not really married to the name of my Express handler tracker. I just can't think of anything else. There we go. Let's try to restore my layout. Again, this is all work in progress, but should be good. Yeah, and again, this thing doesn't properly update when new views. That's why I'm thinking thoughts before I click it. Yeah, all those static. Again, filtering. So many things need to be added to that. I don't want to get involved into it just yet. I do want to make some project progress. So we're going to be updating with messing around with string methods. So we're going to... No, we're not. Because we're actually using this list. And if I delete stuff, it's going to catch on fire. We're going to mess with cats. Because if we break the cats, the internet is not going to be angry at all. It's just cats. So here's our bulk edit. So let's just add a new one. 1, 2, 3. And delete an old one. So we should see 1, 2, 3. And 1, 3, 8 should be gone. That's okay, it happens. New names has not a function. Well, yeah, we can see that error plain as day. New names.has not a function because I wanted to convert it to a set. And I said I would convert it to a set, and then I didn't convert it to a set. Again, TypeScript over there just being like, just let me help, just let me help. But we're not using TypeScript. Ooh, another error. New names remove is not a function. Line 224. It's the exact same name. Because the method name is delete, of course. I know all the right names here, folks. Oh, we're doing lots of thinking. Oh, there we go. We think we got it. So if we go back to our bulk view, we will notice that 189 is gone and 123 is here. And yeah, it's 80% sorted because we deleted one. Now look at a smaller one down there. Okay, that worked. You know, watch. If I delete this one, this will prove that the comparisons are really doing. We edit to nothing, which is a feature. Then we put them all back. We're going to use the edit form. Then they will have a 0% sort rate. 25%. Because there's one technically already in there and there. So that proves our comparison deletion is working. And with that, we hit our break. Might as well use this as testing for this. Let's see what this looked like when I clicked the buttons. So when we made a post, it made JSON parse. Where is it? JSON parse, URL parse. Ooh, look at that. Look at your lovely form. So we can see that the URL encoded parser method, it took your body from plain empty object, yuck, 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 yuck. And it was like, I got you. You got an underscore method of put. You got this new names thing, which is a multi-line string, but whoop, that's another bug. My thing doesn't really like rendering multi-line strings at the moment, but that's what it did. Good job, URL encoded parser. And if you're like, when did that happen? And you tell Firefox to remember, it is right there. Is where it happened. Use a good Firefox. You are. And I think the rest of them are boring. Ooh, no, we get to see method override. So we receive underscore method put, and old was method post, and now our new method is put, and we get an original method of post. So you can see method override. Good job. And then we got cookies. Okay, I don't think the rest of the stuff is interesting. I gotta fix this scrolling. I mean, I guess the authentication is useful. It's a me. Anonymous user didn't do anything because when there's no anonymous user, all this stuff. Yep, there's our exposure to locals again. We did this last time, so I'm not gonna. Router redirect. The router. Oh, hey, Jen, thanks for coming on by. This is actually something that I am developing. So, if I'm lucky, it's going to be available to the public today. But basically, you inject it into your Express application with like one line of code and one line of code per router at the moment. And when you run your code, it inspects your requests, all your middlewares, generates this cool little graph. You can drag it around, all the draggy things too. So you get to be an artiste for a good moment. And, it shows you what changes are made to the request and response, which I think is pretty cool. And also shows a bunch of other junk. Again, this filtering is not around here yet, but filtering would be a cool feature, not an MVP feature. And we can see at the very end, we made a redirect to this random patho. Yeah, it's a... Hopefully by today, or by end of stream, it'll be up on GitHub, usable for any old project, and then I'll be flooded with a bunch of issues, because this project did not exist a week ago, basically. I like it. It's helped me debug a lot of things. Plus it helps you see what does what, so you can see that it was URL encoded parser that did the things. Yeah, injecting the goodness. To be honest, I was kind of like, inspired by, what was it? Like, I tried to find other programs that did this, but none of them did, so did it myself. Hope your Tuesday is going well, by the way, Jim. Got to ask. But with that, we do want to be thinking thoughts, and what's this? Oh, yeah, I've done all locally. So we added a new feature, the bulk editing. So we want to stage that. Get this in our GitHub and make our commit. Then you know what? After the break, which we'll be taking 4 minutes ago, yeah, that's me. What do you expect? Hey, of course, Ryan. You gotta keep those priorities set up. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, yeah, Jim. My explanation for MVC did inspire it because I'm gonna be honest. I looked for explanations, right? I was like, ooh, or I looked for visualizations, cool visualizations. I was like, I want the cool visualizations that really explains MVC, and I didn't find any. So I was really disappointed about that. You can see like the ones I did find, I drew them myself. They're boring, they're plain, they're like, there's meh. So I was like, there's gotta be a way to see what a program looks like visually. And yeah, Ryan, have a good time. And yeah, like I said, the Discord's gonna be flooded with people, so you will definitely find. And hey, if you don't, I'm always down to jump in with you. There's nothing that says we can't be on two teams. I got the time. I'd love the experience. That goes for anyone. Yeah, Ryan, you see, also went the blog route. As you can tell, I am an artiste. White text on a black background. Absolutely groundbreaking. I was, some people got real creative about it. Although I guess I did get creative about it. I built this thing. It's just creative 2 weeks later because it took me time to be frustrated, research, get annoyed by my research, not finding this already existing and stuff like that. For sure, for sure. Yeah. I did eventually get to this one, which I was like, "Ooh, this is the one I was proud of." Kind of like you can show the user request, MVC, CRUD data. It's blank and it's plain, but that's my artistic skills right there. Oh, I appreciate it, Liv. Indeed, an artist. Yeah, it's like I spent a good couple of minutes, like good 10, 20 minutes on that. And I think this looks a lot better, this one over here. I mean, it's got a bunch of random lines because my project is an atrocity, but I will be showing like how this does get used because I am like hoping to get this up to the world at least by end of stream. But again, we got all this other stuff to do first. Oh, what's that? Get rid of that. As you can see, I do some crazy code there. Oh, I did some beautification at some point. Yeah, Micah, it is. Yeah, I'm actually kind of proud of it. Yeah. Not only is it a pretty good debugging tool, but I think it'll also be useful for, beginners or even just like jumping into a new project. Like, imagine if you went to your favorite open source project that has dozens of files and they just had this thing, so they didn't have all this. So imagine they had, imagine they had a screenshot of this just on their README. Just a screenshot. That doesn't need to be fancy. I think this, well, that very least just a screenshot would help people know, oh, these are all the connections and all the things. So I think people will find uses for it one way or another. Let's get rid of my sup router. As you can see, I've been using this project for testing purposes. Ooh, don't you love that MVC goodness? You got like one line to every little file. Now, the end goal, Micah, that I didn't think about it is so I technically already have it working, but imagine like so this is attached to my application. I think this is going to be my third MVC, my 100 hours project, to be honest. You can export all this data and put it in a file, and then this thing can serve as its own front end. You can import it. Hey, appreciate you coming by, Aaron. Go save the baby. Thanks for coming by. Again, those who want to play some games or want to watch some games while shooting cannons, Aaron's pretty good at it. And yeah, for sure, whoa, dude, that's the point, right? Yeah, Ryan. Well, here's the thing. It's my third incomplete 100 hours project, so none of them are completed yet. Which Leon would be like, complete your projects, but no, I just like, this one's, it's in my head and I can't not do it with the time. It's just gotta work on it now. Yeah, what I was thinking was like, eventually, like these features here, I have exporting and importing. It's kind of squishy right now. Yeah, all these are resizable cool windows, by the way. So you can save this and then just go like share it. So like if you have a problem, you can save it and then just be sharing it like on a cloud or on a front end website without your server. So you can keep these logs forever maybe. So maybe you deploy this in production and some user comes along and says, your website broke, blah, 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 blah. You tell them, or maybe I'll add a search thing so that you can find the exact request that it broke on and literally go through their request to see, oh, here's what went wrong. I don't know if it can actually be useful that way, but That's why I have these export options, and it does work somewhat. I don't know, lots of again. I already got so much on the plate. And stage. Yeah. So I wasn't joking when I can turn this into 100 hours project because I know of some services they're like Log Rocket. What they're Log Rocket's like a company where like you they handle just logging, so textual logging, not the cool stuff I have. No shame on them. I just got I like this graph. So what they do here is you add their code to your thing, and then you come here to the dashboard, and you get to see all the logging information for your request. Now it's different logging information. It's like average response time, status code, stuff like that. So that's cool and all. But I was thinking, well, if they do it, then obviously I can do something just like this. So that would be the super, super end goal of this, but time ain't free, so probably won't get there. Hey, Jim, thanks for coming on by. Yeah, I always appreciate it. Happy time zones. Yeah, happy time zones. I'll catch you later. I'll catch you either tonight or next class, wherever you gotta go. Yeah, Liv, it's getting there. The main thing is gonna be, supporting it, because it's, it's basically turning me into a library maintainer, which is cool, but I've heard it's kind of a tedious task. For sure, for sure. Yeah, stick to the man. Stick it to the man. Okay, that's the plan. Sticking it to the man. I think I got them all now. Yeah, it looks like I got them all. So this will be add bulk, add, and delete. Ka-chow. There we go. And apparently we have another thing here. So again, I was messing with this because this library is not very compliant. So to show what I mean by what I'm complaining about particularly, find an example. Here's an example. I'm not doing this show. I'm doing this literally show an example. So we can see when you go to the home page, we're doing stuff. When you go to the view, I'm console logging all of your locals, so you can see what variables you pass to the view. Again, so you can see the things that are going into the other things. And then with response send, you can see the generated HTML. Apparently, like with this library, it turns it into gobbledygook one-liner nonsense without this. So if you make it multi-line, it looks pretty and people can actually read it. And you can see, the actually generated stuff. I mean, it's a tiny window, but it's useful. So we got package JSON. And this is a tiny feature, not user-facing. Stage the region. Add HTML beautification. I know how to spell this, totally. Yep, I knew it. I knew exactly how to spell that. Add HTML beautification. Ta-da! Okay. That is good, and now we will be checking that off and be taking our break. When we come back from break, we'll be doing a code wars. So let me actually grab the code wars we will be doing. A string-based code wars, of course. We only have one cat anymore. R.I.P. Let's find us that string code wars. Yeah, they're good ones. It's a little regexy spooky. Decipher sets. Consecutive letters. Oh, I already did that one. This is awkward. Not all of these are accurate. Or I've done some of these already. Am I using a project manager extension? You're referring to the Kanban. So yes, this is an extension. Well, that's not the extension list. It's called. I know I'm saying it wrong. but it's called Kanban. Specifically, this one. There are lots of them, but this particular one, the reason I like it is because it is completely offline. So it's basic Kanban. It has all the cool features like tagging and timing and stuff. I only use the lists. But the cool thing about this one, it being offline, it stores all the files right here as a bunch of cute little markdowns. So your data is yours. It's not in some random cloud that's. And I just like this because, you know, with my internet, I can't always access some random cloud. So pretty cool. I don't really think it's meant for multiple people because it's local and all, but you can get a cloud version for the multi people thing. Yeah, Mike. I mean, it's been a while since I looked, so maybe there is a local Kanban born that's cool now. But back when I looked, this was the only one I found. Hey, of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, Kanban. If Kanban works for you, Kanban works for you. Otherwise, just classic to-do list. Like I do, I have to-do lists sometimes. Hmm. A, B, C, D, E, F. You can, add check times and stuff to this with the To Do Plus extension. Getting organized doesn't really matter what tool you use. It matters what tool works for you. So usually I'm to-do lists, but then when it scales up, that's when I move to Kanban. Okay, let's find ourselves a string one now. Okay, yeah, so this is the code word we will be completing. It is about, do we know how to make query strings? Ah, whoa, dude. Yeah, I mean, I could see that because they're both lists of items, right? I could totally see that. No, no, not everything is made by me. Don't get it twisted. But I mean, I can definitely see because they have. I mean, look at their colors, right? Then they're wow, they're very similar colors with the lighter and the darker and the text. Yeah, I can totally see it now. I see. You know what I should do? I should make it an option to have accent colors just to really confuse people. Maybe after the break, of course. Be sure to stretch, hydrate, and relax if you can. I'll catch you after the break where we will do that code war. Do maybe one or two more of the Strang methods. And I think I'll go through all the deployment options then. That's what we'll do for the next session. Oh, okay, slip that code. Thanks for coming on by. We were like, okay, it's time for a break, but we will cut this one short then. Hope your stream went well. And we flip flop, finding the window. I can't find the window. There it is. Hey, you did some banky questions, was that right? Yeah, we do like some breaks. That's good. Hey, I'm still here. Don't you worry, I'm here. The potato squad has arrived. Raid, yeah. Appreciate y'all coming by. Yeah, Exabug, Rat King, Classic. Yeah, for sure, Live Honey. Always, it's not about how much you solve, it's about putting in the effort. Not about always solving it. Yeah. But yeah, we just finished adding bulk editing. So what you can do is you can like edit a list by just deleting and adding items to this little thing. And we were experimenting around, kind of talking about my Express Handler tracker. Fries, yeah. cs.github.com. Let's have a quick looky there. What you got for us, Diembo? GitHub code search. I mean, they already had a search bar on their page. Is this gonna be something better? Ah, okay. Find more. Okay, so it's a super search. Instantly jump to the thing you're searching for. Okay, so I guess it's contextual space searching. Well, I'm definitely going to sign up for it. I always like the cool stuff. Well, I will fill that out later. But yeah, thanks for the share there, Damble, and anyone else who wants to jump in on that. So check out that. I appreciate the follow there, May Sunflower. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like you're already on the inside track. So take it from DN Bull. It is pretty cool, apparently. But yeah, ship that code. We were just take a break after, demonstrating about what we're eventually going to make this public. My MVC visual, my Express. Technically, it's any Express app visualizer, but it works best if your thing's MVC, in which you can see, like, you can inspect any old request. Wow, there's a lot of them here, because this jailed plugin is absolutely atrocious. I find an interesting one. Here's a post. There you go. And it will take you through the files one by one, showing you the exact changes to every request and response. Cool little animations when it changes files. Whoosh. I spent too much time on those. So, but they're there, and it goes through all your things, and it almost always points to the right node, which is pretty good. Yeah, Live Honey, even if you don't need it, just sign up to get it, right? Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely seeing the Copilot resemblance. I wouldn't be surprised if it's like using the same technology stack or at least same team. Yeah, it's pretty fancy. Eventually, hopefully by the end of stream, anyone can use this tool in any project. That's the end goal. And yeah, thanks for coming. I'm glad you caught me too, Mayan Sunflower. Yeah, excited, little nervous because like we got 1 hour, so we got 3 hours of class, two instruction, one team. Probably gonna be more than one team based on everyone's timetables. But then Thursday is 3 team hours, and it's due on the 6th. So I'm not sure if that means the end of the 6th, so 3 more team hours, or should we have it all done by then? I don't know. It's gonna be interesting. Oh, okay. I see what you mean, DM Bull. Oh, okay, I see. So it's not just searching for thing and finding thing, it's searching for usage and references of things. Ah, okay, so I don't know if VS Code is up to the task right now, but I do know what you're referring to. I know the behavior you're referring to at the very least. We're gonna be disappointed at VS Code. Yeah, thank you, Dean, but the goldfish brain was like, that doesn't seem useful, even though you were saying it's like, I don't see it. But it's like this. Okay, wow, this isn't literally working. But like this feature here where you can, where is it? References. Go to references, right? No, that's not how it works. Okay, VS Code is failing me, which I can see why GitHub search is so useful because my editor can't show me all the usages of create anonymous user, for example. See, I can see the solution or the problem it's solving because just this is like, oh, it doesn't really tell me anything. 3 of these are exports, right? And one of them's in a random file. So I can definitely see the solution here. If VS Code was cool, wouldn't need to, but yeah, it's basically this view where you click on it and it shows you all the usages, but it contextualizes it with, as I saw on there, the parameters and arguments and all that cool stuff. Well, we just failed our OAuth callback, so I guess we're not looking at it again. Mm. Yeah, Dimble definitely sounds interesting. Definitely gonna go checking that out. Again, y'all probably know, ship that code, they're already still here. But if y'all didn't know, since y'all were from on that stream, y'all might not know that Oregon Curtis is also streaming right now. We had all the 100 devers were like, let's stream at the same time. We all must be hyped for Tuesday, you know. So if y'all don't know, Oregon's over there streaming. You can go check them out. They're doing their leak code, preparing for that interview of them. For sure, Dean Bull, and that is like a way I learned how it's used. Yeah, so I can definitely see. I'm definitely signing up, and I'm looking forward to getting in. Very much a cool tool. Yeah, it's editor project agnostic, which I can see being the kind of winning over point. Because as you can see, VS Code just failed to do what that basically thing was meant to. Okay, let us jump on this code. Let me reshare it for all the new folks. As usual, until Leon says so, we're trying to keep them all string themed. So let me. Oh, don't know why that turned on. Fix that. All the things. There we go. Professional. So, as always, gonna go full prep here. And I went to turn my timer on. That's why I flipped over. There we go. So a query string is a way to serialize an object, which is what we actually use a fair amount. HTTP request, you see it in the URL q equals query string. Q equals query string represents the parameter q with a value of query string, also used in the post body, which we actually do ourselves. Everyone does, I believe, unless you're doing it JSON. So like by default, this is what the form does to your data. The string username and q and age represents an entity. The username equals warrior, Caillou equals 1, and age equals 28. It turns in to this object. Ooh, sometimes there are more than one value for a property, which gives you an array. Represented as repeated parameters. This is actually going pretty in depth. Convert an object to a query string. Oh, I thought we were doing it the other way. I thought we were converting a query string. Oh, here's the opposite one. We might actually do that one next. Ooh, that's a 4. We're not doing that one next. We're doing this one. So a parameters is an object. That object can have only keys and only values. Those values may be primitives or arrays. They will not be nested. There's no nesting, so you're not going to have an object within an object, or an array within an array, or an object within an array. So it's the object, and then a primitive or an array of primitives as the values. And so that's our parameters to return this part of the string, so not prefixing URL, just the query parameter. No trailing, no prefix question mark. And our pseudocode for this will be we loop through keys of object, get value as array. So we'll transform it into an array, make iterating easier. For each value in array, add key equals value to string, not to string, to results array. So up here we're going to create results array. Then we will return results array joined with the ampersand character. That looks like some good pseudocode there. Let us implement it. So create results in array, like so. Loop through the keys of an object for const key in object. Get the value as an array. So const value equals, and here comes part I didn't really see the code out. So object key, so this gets us the value, but we want to make sure that this is an array. So we can check if it's already an array with array that is array. So if it's an array, then we want object key. If it's not an array, we want to put it in an array. So we create an inline array and do it like that. So it's technically values, plural, because it's an array of values. And now we can, so we've normalized the data basically. So for no matter what it is, we can loop through the values for value of values. And we can push to the results array. So results.push. We'll do some ternary, not ternary, template literal magic, where we say key equals value. It's almost verbatim the pseudocode. Gotta love when that happens. And we'll return the results array joined with an ampersand. Let's one line that just for good measure. Because why not? Looking good. With a first try. There we go. Well, once more, let's step on through this. We're gonna go to the visualizer, actually, not my visualizer, the other one, and see if that can help us see what it do be looking like. I just realized my timer was messed up. That's okay. Yeah, first try. I went there because I need to pixelize real quick. I gotta look at my history. Never opened this on stream, but I'm Toad. Express visualizer. I've been looking at so many visualizers, I can't find the one I'm looking for. There we go. Visualizing JavaScript execution. So this site sometimes works, but it visualizes it in a very in-depth way, which I find to be cool for explaining. The workingness of it is going to be flipping a coin, though. Let's find an example. I'll actually use the example. And sometimes it does crash like this, at which point you need to refresh the page. Okay, here we go. And here is the site for those who want to use it yourself and throw your own code in here. It's pretty cool. It doesn't work on all code, unfortunately, but it works on a lot of code. So first, we're doing lots of stuff. It's evaluating the tokens. It's basically step through debugger. If you use that, it's what you're looking at. So we create results that is an empty array. Then we are iterating through the keys of object, which are going to be foo and bar. Then we're iterating, so we're doing array is array of the object, indexing it with the current key, which is foo, which evaluates to the number 1. Ooh, like it. Yeah, Micah. It is pretty cool. There's another one. As you can tell, it's kind of been, like a desire, but a unfulfilled desire to like have these visualizers that do the cool stuff. So we got that one. We also have Python Tutor, which has just a JavaScript page for more graphy kind of things. But I like this one because this explains more of what confuses people, I think. So you can see object key evaluates to 1, which makes array is array evaluate to false. This is why I like this one. It tells you each value token by token. And since it's false, look at that visualization. It goes from there to there. So it doesn't go here, it goes to here. And then it evaluates that again to 1. So you can see, if I really wanted to cache this, we did 2 of these evaluations and all that. We could optimize that. We don't care though. Yeah, honey, it's all about, I don't want to get lost in the sauce by spending it forever just messing with tools, but tools can be helpful, especially these visualizations. So we can see it evaluates to 1, and then the arrays, so it grows a little bit, evaluates to an array of 1. And that whole thing is an array of 1. Then for const value of values, results is an array. We're calling the push method on it. Key evaluates to foo, value evaluates to 1. The whole string evaluates to foo1. Yeah, Python 2. Yeah, that's better for bigger ones. There are some syntax features that this one will literally break on because it's using some cool Babel transpiler, but Yeah, that's why there's no one tool that rules them all, right? And then poof, you can see it appears and the results are right down there. And then, to be honest, this is all the same. Oh, you can see it on the left side of the branch this time. Yeah, there's nothing new to happen here. I guess I'll show the join part. We have results, which is foo bar bar. And then we're like results dot join ciao. So yeah, I'll just try to show the breakdown because sometimes it's like I can't explain it. JavaScript, let's make JavaScript explain itself. It knows what it did. As for making this any better, we can optimize this value away. I don't care about that. Yeah, you could flip out, do a map, or reduce all the fun stuff. I think this is perfectly fine though. And Code Wars is like, you were gone too long. We don't want your code anymore. Take my code. I'm submitting it third time. Okay, dude, who we angry at? We at Code Wars, we're at Spectrum, who we supposed to be angry at now, huh? And there we go. Okay, we made it. How did I upvote this already? Well, I'm not gonna question that. Wait, I didn't have this solved already, did I? Oh my goodness, I already solved it. Well, at least it's nice to see I maintain relatively consistent, although I use entries then. But this is why we don't be afraid to redo Code Wars, right? Because sometimes you don't even remember you did them. That Anki card is not doing its job. Okay, now with that, we will. I'm trying to think what we want to do now. Would like to work on this a little more. No, you know what? I think, yeah, because Pairwise Sorter, it is up. So, again, still using Heroku. So, git push origin main release. Well, it's probably npm run test. That'd be a good thing to do. Yeah, whoa, dude, it's Spectrum. I mean, for those of you who are wondering, like, man, are you not doing Saturday streams anymore? No, the plan was a Saturday stream. Spectrum was literally out the entire thing. Unfortunately, I don't have Rainbow as a cursor. I'm sorry. Although, why don't I have Rainbow as a cursor? No, I'm sure I have Rainbow as a cursor. Don't do. I have one. I swear I do. Is it just not called Rainbow? Appearance, application. Oh no, that's rainbow color. That's rainbow edged. Yeah, I don't have a rainbow cursor. Yeah, yeah, storing GitHub. That's definitely a good option. Of course, Micah. Yeah, gotta get ready for class. Rest, relax, and get ready for the run. For the projectos. Oh yeah, ain't that great? So you run the test, and then you look away, and they're just running. You don't have to think about them. Who's a good test suite? You are. Oh, well, something went wrong. Okay, command failed with yikes, big angries. Sign up exploded. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Sigh request failed trying to load. Okay, so this is actually something I do need to fix. I don't have front end test for whatever reason. Thought I did. Did I not? I have it right here. Ah, okay, I think I know what's happening. Yeah, nice. It's nice when they work, hey? Isn't it, Ghost Alec? This is probably why you're not supposed to ignore these errors. Are you right, folks? So npm run package JSON. What's the magic command? Launch test server. Oops, npx. What am I doing to test? I'm doing a combination. I am doing unit test, which we'll be doing both these tests later on in class. I'm using Jest as the testing library for those. These are basic tests. They honestly don't even do anything. So they make sure that when I call get client, the database gets connected to, and constants are set. There were more tests, but I didn't like them, so I got rid of them. What most of my actual tests are written in, aka the 2 tests I have, are Cypress, which are end-to-end tests, which spawns up a browser and tells the browser what to do. And that example is over here. We have the sign-up test. So it goes to my website, it looks for the sign-up text, it clicks the sign-up text, it looks for the username box, types test in there, it clicks a button, and it makes sure that there's a error message with this input invalid, and then it gets the password, and it makes sure the error message is, please fill out this field. So this is an end-to-end test. You're controlling a browser and then making assertions of what the user should see in the browser. So Jest and Cypress, which ironically, I mean, I guess it's not ironic, it's what we're actually going to be using when Leon does their testing lecture. Okay, let's rerun this, and because there's a command it was angry about. Let me scroll on up. Tried to load coverage, failed with response, could not connect though. Can I connect? Cannot connect. Okay. Sad to hear it. There could be many reasons why this is broken. Node environment is not testing. That would do one of them. Let's see if that's the one. Hey, of course, Mayan Sunflower. I appreciate you coming on by, yeah. And yeah, Liv, it can be cool when it works. When it doesn't, though, it is not cool. But yeah, once, like, thankfully, for the most of our cases, and even when we get to actually writing tests, the test suite will already be set up for you. So you won't have to do any of the work getting it working. You just write your actual test code. So this particular debugging that I'm going through is not something you would ever have to go through. And yeah, of course, I'll catch you later, mine. I'll catch you during class, next stream, or whenever it is. Appreciate you coming on by. So this is working very much. I go here and I get lots of data that is important for something. But this thing doesn't get the data when it did it, which means the environment variable did not get set. So when I say node env testing, it's supposed to do the thing. Ah, here it is. You might be the problem. Yeah, honey, or yeah, Liv. It can be very tedious working on these things. Oh, here. Looks like I'm seeing lots of results for my search queries, so feel like I'm on the right path. The right path down the wrong path. Hmm. Okay, so this isn't really doing what I want. I can do a console log, whenever you're curious about, like, is it doing what I think it is? Is it not doing? Console log is your friend. And your friends tell you stuff when stuff goes wrong. So tell us, friend, What's wrong? Don't keep us in the suspense. Okay, so obviously that works. I literally just ran it that way. But if we run the goldfish memory E2E test, then we can see it, and then we'll be able to stop it. Oh, Oregon Curtis, thanks for coming on by. Hope your stream was going well. You got some pretty good elite codes in, I assume. Oh, now I'm the last one streaming, it seems. There was 3, and now there's 1, because Slip That Code was also level 100 ever streaming. Got 2 of them. Nice, nice. I wasn't doing a fancy one, but I did do the elite code of the day, which is pretty good. Hey, Ryan, RHG, yo, I remember you. Hope your day's been going well. Yeah, we worked on the rotating one. The matrix rotation. It was a little tough. My math brain was like struggling. Well, let me click. Oh, thank God, I love that. Little old me. I don't mean little old you. I remember you. I've seen your name before. That's what I mean. Hey, not Spider-Man. Okay, Peter Parker. How are you doing? Yo. So yeah, rotate image. This is the leak code we did today at top of stream for those curious. Yep, struggling with math always a great thing. Because I was trying to look, because there was a coordinate thing, basically. I'll explain it once this break from spectrum is over. There we go. So basically, we need to rotate this matrix clockwise. So these 3 values end up, so this is where, here's an edge for you, end up over here. So again, my brain was trying to be like, oh, so from coordinate 0, 0, I have to transpose it to coordinate this, and then I was like, I figured it out with a inverse loop. So it wasn't it's not the right way, because technically I am making a copy of the array, and they're very explicit. Do not allocate another matrix. But apparently I did this a while ago, and it is a very mathy solution. I won't spoil it for you, but it's math. There's like 5 lines, all with math symbols on them. No, would not recommend. Very much one of those shove it in your Anki and pray the algorithm helps you memorize it. But yeah, right now, what we're doing? We're looking at testing, and we're seeing why my tests are not running. So we're just gonna run the test and see if it works. Yeah, Oregon, I mean, they're all not bangers, you know? Some of them are just get through it, get it over with, get it behind you. And we were about to, actually, so the reason I'm deploying this is because I'm going to go through what I found to be the comparable Heroku substitutes, Replit, Railway, Render, and Cyclic. But I was about to do that, and my Apple's like, haha, I'm going to throw errors. So let's delay on this while we wait for test to be green. If you're all wondering, the new folks, these are Cypress tests, so end-to-end testing. It's actually something that Leon said they will have a lecture on, so get a free preview. It's not that much of a preview. It's lines in a code. Lines in a log, rather, but, you know. Did it angry? Ooh, it did it angry. Okay, here it is. So, E connection refused of this thing. So I'm assuming, well, it generated a picture. So I don't know what's going on here. What I'm assuming is happening is that this thing, it's turning off too quick. It's turning off too quick. So yeah, so I normally make it, I get a E connection refused because it's off. Oh, that's how I test it. So I run the test again. Then I manually go there and be like, hey, You're working, aren't you? It's not on yet, but aha, it is very much working. Okay, so it's just that weird Cypress thing. So we're not going to spend more than 10 minutes on this issue. Um, what I think is happening is it turns the server off before it needs to turn off. Hmm. Eh. Let's actually copy the error message because those are useful. Do, 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 do. Error occurred during and after all, skipping all remaining. Okay, so why oh why do you turn off? Oh, this does appear to be something that we're looking for. Also, that other one looked good too. Let's clean up some of these heavy tabs. Too many tabs. I do like my visualizer. Oh, my visualizer's running on these tests. Oh my goodness. Oh, that'd be cool if it was saving. We're not gonna get lost though. If you just show me the solution. We had a similar failure when we tried to lcov generate explicitly HTML. Istanbul problem with reporter. Similar issue in jest. Deleting. Oh, deleting the folder. I can delete the folder. rm/r delete. And then we're just gonna see if that works. Oh, someone's saying it's a stall issue, and this is just another error being raised for it. Moving lcov from reporter config. That's again the second person to say that. See if this runs. Otherwise, we can nycrc ditch the reporter. Although, I guess it must be a command line argument doing this at the moment. Do 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 package JSON. I'm not using a reporter at all. Okay. Why are you so angry? Hmm. Oh, 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 what's this? What's this? We have an actual error. Actual error in the user controller. Oh, specifically which one? Oh, line 2. That's not useful. Ooh, so it crashed the server. Okay, the server is being crashed, which is why this is happening. Okay, I mean, this is what tests are for, right? They test that these things don't happen. Now, we are using my express handler tracker, which could be breaking it. So, as always, when something is experimental, you take it out to see if it was the problem to begin with. So, how do we want to do that? I mean, it's just these two lines, actually. And then we will see if it fails again. If it does fail, then we know it won't fail in production because this code isn't actually deployed anywhere. Or this tracker isn't. I am curious to see what is up with the redirect stuff, because that was in the user controller. I will look in there. Specifically for a sign up logic. So sign up. Render the sign up page here. making sure we don't have any duplicate thing. So if last modified, redirect there or redirect there, send to next. Render there. Here it is. Here it is. Found it. Here's the error. Okay, folks, let's break it down. So, if you are so what this does is it finds an existing user with the username you're asking for. If the user already exists, we say the user already exists. You sign up, go away. And then we go ahead and create a new user. This is supposed to be returning user already exists. So, fact that the server crashes is the bad, but it did throw out the tests being a problem. So, again, something that needs to be fixed. Oh, wait a minute. Did it do it again? It did it again. Okay, I'm interested in why. Yeah, the express handler is out of the equation at this point. It's not really the user router. One more run, folks. It's slowly. Rome was not built in a day. So, technically, I still didn't remove the router injection from this line, which means it was still being looped through. We will see, though. Leaving the broken code here. Give it a run. The last run that we're just going to stare at. Because now that we know the solution. But hey, this is what tests are for, right? Help you find bugs. I appreciate it, Oregon. Hope your next stream goes well, and yeah, I'll catch you in class. I wish you luck on the projects. And then the interview too, of course. Obviously the interview is priority at the moment. Probably close some of these tabs, since I know what the problem is. Yeah, close that tab. Moment of truth. Hey, okay, so it crashed, and okay, yeah, so Cypress literally just doesn't see this crash. Again, maybe this is Node's problem that this thing's dying, but either way, it's happening, and it's not because of my application. That's all I cared about. It's some of my code's fault, but not the code that I'm worried about. It's the other code, this code, that's the problem. So we can ditch that console over here. And this console too. Okay, and with that, we do the one, the only, the final, the last of the last, not tune, test. And we go ahead and get ready to make our commit because it's basically done. Oh, look, we got a screenshot. We should probably look at that. Oh, I think the VS Code will be able to open it. Look at a pretty picture. Ah, this is it. We see the pretty picture of the page. So we do see the lack of message, so okay, let me actually get this thing larger. I do not care for the diff view. This is exposing that my get ignore isn't ignoring screenshots like it should be. So we can add that to our thing. Get ignore. Ignore screenshots. Yeah, I don't think this is even worthy of a version increase. Get add, get ignore to get that committed. Get ignore did not match any files. It would help if I spelled the thing right. Yeah, Chris and Toga, I am a part of 100 devs. I assume by you asking, you're also a part of it too. Joined back in January. Technically, I joined the Discord just as the last cohort was ending, but it had ended, so I started following along with cohort 2 since January. Hey, thanks for the follow there. Purple purrin. So I'm good at alliteration there. Hope your Tuesday's been going well. We're over here successfully debugging our Cypress issues. Would you look at that? Oh, I appreciate it, Chris and Toga. Well, I mean, yeah, it wasn't my first time touching coding 100 devs. I had just randomly, got the classic Udemy courses, all that fun stuff. So it wasn't my first time touching it, but it was my first, what do you say, structured course experience. Everything else just, random YouTube, random things to figure out stuff. I mean, we all still struggle. It's just we struggle at different things. And yeah, purple purr. I'll call you purr then. It's a little VS Code inspired. If you couldn't tell, just randomly picks a code segment, randomly picks a style, and there you go. You've been executed by the totally real JavaScript that's not running up there. We're working. I mean, yeah, we just finished our thing that is now working. We would like some public code to work. Trying to think what it would take to get that working. We're not about to do that. So we ain't gonna do more than we have to do. So git commit no verify. I know how to spell verify. Update for Cypress. And then git push. Come on. Git push. Okay, git push is really trying here. Git push origin main release. So we're trying to push this to Heroku. A3P, P3PQ, purple, purr and purr, all the names you get called. As long as it's not late for dinner, right? I don't know why this is angry, but we're just going to force push it because nothing ever went bad doing a force push. I'm still on the hunt there, Chris and Toga. The networking part of it, I mean, I'm keeping up, barely. It's just the weaker side of the program for me. That is for sure. So, still on the hunt. Had a few interviews. Just the lack of team experience was the main blocking factor, I suppose. Hey, what is the really cool GUI of my Git things? I am assuming you're referring to this main thing right here. Skylux? Skylarx? Skyrex, got it. So I assume that's what you mean. This is using oh my ZSH, and okay, I'm sorry. The top thing. Oh, so this is actually Kanban. This has nothing to do with GitHub, unless you're referring to this. You're talking about right or left thing. So you're talking about R or L. This stuff or this stuff. Because this stuff over here on my left is the Kanban tool. That is an extension in VS Code. I'll link it in right now. It's a offline version of Kanban. Left. Okay, yeah. It's a VS Code extension, so gotta use VS Code to get it. It's not actually Git related at all. So they're like, it's a Kanban board, like Trello. You create cards and you put them in columns and you drag them around and do stuff with it. It's basically a glorified to-do extension or to-do list, but it's offline first, which is what I particularly like about it because my internet is not good. So I need most stuff to be offline. Yeah, that's what it is. You want to give it a shot? Okay, I think we might be ready now if we go to GitHub. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, we take it off the screen. You're good. You're good. You're free. I'm glad you found it, or you found me and found it. Yeah. I mean, I already said I like it because it's offline first. When I searched for one, I guess over 6 months ago. This was the only one I found that was offline and not bad. No offense to the other ones, they were not good at the time. So yeah, I'm glad you like it. Yeah, so we just pushed to GitHub and it crashed. I love it. See the giant red error. Ugh. Let's see what happened. NPM test failed. Blah. Router is not defined. Wait, what? Ah, you couldn't even start the server. Routers, users. Oh, I know what happened. I did a thing. So at some point, I accidentally deleted the router, and it, oops, daisied. So we get to fix that by re-adding the router. This is what you have CI/CD for, folks. It tells you when you break your code. Well, it's just like that. You mean the actions page? Yeah, these are called GitHub Actions. Basically, you can so it's a part of continuous integration slash continuous deployment. You have to kind of write it first, but once you write it, it will execute whatever code and commands you want. I'll actually show you how it works as soon as I get this one started again, because it takes a good few minutes. Missing user router, and there we go. Hey, welcome on back, CFilms. Hope your break was going well. World of Rascal 2, yeah. So the way these actions work is that you define it's different on every platform. GitHub Actions, though, you define a YML file. This little format here, a lot of this is templated, don't worry about it. And you have these actions. So this is what we call this thing, the events that triggers the action. This is a fancy way of saying someone pushes button, and this is a way of saying someone makes a push on the release branch. And then the actual action that happens, it creates an Ubuntu latest machine or thing or whatever, and it does these things. Now again, most of these are templates. This is using someone else's code to check out the code. Then it's using this code to grab node 16. And then you can run arbitrary commands like npm-ci, which is like install, but better. And then this is our code, npm test. So this is where it runs our code. And if it passes, it's happy. If it fails, it does not do the rest of it, which is, as you can see, deploying to Heroku. Hey, Didi, what? You are first consistently. There you go. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Purple stands for yet another markup language. CFilms, would you use a loop to write my last commit in code? I mean, loops are used for a lot of things. You could. You could also explicitly write it out X many times. It's up to you. But yeah, now that we push, I'll actually show it running. Yeah, so you can go to this page once you have written an action and executed one, and you get to look at its results. So again, it's just some computer. It's the cloud, which is always someone else's computer, running all the things you did. And you can see right here, our test output. It's a lot faster than mine when I'm streaming. All the green stuff, even this little error. I thought I fixed this. Didn't I fix this? I didn't commit the change. As you can see, one of the goldfish in my brain has gone to vacation. But the test passed. So, future me's problem is right there. Future me will fix that. So, you can see it did deploy to Heroku, which means it is available to us right here, at least for 2 months until it dies, right, folks? And the feature that we pushed was the bulk. So we'll go here, and boom, there is our new fancy form. Ta-da! Now with that, we're gonna keep going on. Yeah, you're right, Kristen. Right on the timing. Has a little latency on Twitch, so you probably would have had it, yeah. Mhm. Now, so when we have that working, I would like to go through the Heroku alternatives. So these are the ones that I personally found. Again, Leon's gonna have like the recommendation one, but for those who are just super anxious, you have like 10 apps on Heroku and you just gotta migrate them now. These are the ones that I found. So first we got Replit. Pretty good. It's free, completely free, no credit card, no none of that. It has a import from GitHub, as you can see. I've already authenticated, so it knows who I am. With all of these, you do need to authenticate. Yeah, it's frequently good. I am going to mention a con as I get this loaded up. For free, it's free though, so it's hard to complain about things that are free. Again, I'm not complaining, I'm just comparing it to Heroku. In comparison to Heroku, the last time I did this, it is significantly slower, but it works. So if you don't really care about speed, Replit seems to be a good one option. The disadvantage, if you really loved the Heroku automatically pulling from your GitHub, you're not going to get that here. Replit does not have an automatic pull from GitHub. You do it once via this process, and then you would have to update your code essentially manually, or delete and recreate your project, something like that. Like, I've deleted this project, I recreated it, and it comes out at, I think, the same URL. So synchronization, once you're done, you're done. But if you're constantly developing, it's going to be a little tedious to update. As you can see, input from GitHub, it spits out my README. It says what is the run command. It figures it out, npm run start. This should be what you had working for Heroku anyway, so you can say done to that. And it will save it in a .replit file, which is where it uses as its proc file somewhere. I'm blind, I can't see it. And then once you're ready, you can hit run. And for the first time, it's going to do an install. Depending on how many things you got, this is going to take a while. But once it's up, it's up. And yeah, as you can see, this is the limitation right here. The install hits your CPU limit pretty quickly, hence the speed decrease. The advantage of Replit, though, compared to other ones, if you want to call it that, is that it's also a code editor. So you can't edit your code physically on Heroku when it's on Heroku, right? So all this stuff is right here for you to edit. Then you can, has built-in source control, not the GitHub version. So again, then here is how you receive the new data. So where is it? Yeah. Yeah, so once that was when we get the new version, this is where you receive the new data. So not automatic, but you just come here, click the button, you'll get the new stuff. As for environment variables, they are right over here. Key value. So it's the same thing we did before, where you say ABC equals DEF. And additionally, you can open a JSON version of this, which is not very common, so if you convert your env to JSON, it'll be useful. Otherwise, meh. Yeah, with that, I will be turning on my private, because I do need to pull out at least the database environment variable. As much as I love y'all, you don't join the database VIP crew. I actually I typed things incorrectly. Gimel Slayer. And boom, added a new secret. And then once you're done, the page is privatized for you, so you can't actually see the information here. And they even give you a little cute little snippet to be like, hey, this is what you're running the code to get your stuff out. Oh no, Irreflex. I was joking. Oh wait, I'm still on pixelated view. There we go. Okay. But yeah, once you have the secret, it's here, and that's what you do with it. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you already have access to the database basically, like through the apps. If you really want it, I don't know how many points would that be. I don't know. There's a lot of things I want to do with the whole Twitch side of things. Just all that free time is just gone, especially with Project Night tonight. Gonna be no free time. Nah, of course not. We only have Blip around here, ain't that right? Blip is what we use. So yeah, as you can see, we're waiting here for a while. I'm actually going to move on to the next one while this thing takes a long time. So we're not done with Repellent. We're not done showing it off. But we can't wait here forever. Also, I think the last thing is Repellent custom domains, which they do have. I have no experience with it, but they do have custom domains. Wait, do they? Oh, do they not have custom domains? That's gonna be a breaker for some people. As you can tell, I prepared extensively. I've done all my research. Totally didn't forget anything. Is something running? No, nothing's running. Wow. Impressive. Hmm. Come on. Oh, the pencil icon. Domain. Oh, so it's literally there. I just for some reason I didn't make it to the docs. It's on private. Where is? Hmm. Okay, so there is an option to do custom domains. I just can't find it. Oof. Yeah, it's here somewhere. I just literally can't find it. Oh, it's probably the word published. No, that's for apps. No. Okay, so yeah. Once you get to that part, you can find it on your own. Yeah, and we're moving on from REPL. As you can see, it takes its time. And now we're going on to Railway. Now, Railway does require you to link your GitHub account, like Replit, though it actually requires for you to do that, or else you don't get the free hours. As you can see, you get $5 a month, which is equivalent to 500 hours. This is not an entire month's worth. So an entire month is 750, so you're missing out 250 hours. This means 24/7 uptime will not be possible, but it is free and the experience is super seamless. You click a GitHub, you point at the thing, already off, so that's why it's doing this work. And then, boom, you're here. The advantage of this is that you can additionally deploy a Postgres app like Heroku did. So for those of you in the Perm stack or Perm stack, this might be the next solution for you because it's not just the Heroku free tier, it's also the Heroku free Postgres. So they're all going. And then you got logs here. So this is one that's more of actual professional. So not well Repl, more of like little things. It's actually meant for it. So you got the whole build log, deploy, doing all the cool stuff basically. Yeah, still gotta wait. There's no instant one around here, folks. I do want to make it clear. You get five free dollars every month, I didn't actually pay for any of this. Is Replit done? Nope, Repel's still going. As you can see, it's doing things. I honestly don't know what it's doing. It's just doing lots of things. But one of the advantages of the Railway is that it does receive updates from GitHub. So you make a push to GitHub, it will automatically receive the new data, relaunch your application. Their env editor is normal, so you can literally paste your env file in here. Big appreciation of that. And now to add the database, goodbye. Boom, you click the add button, and it gets added as your new environment variable. So again, under the variable section, any moment now. Oh, we finally made it to the deploy. So after it builds, it deploys, and we can see it's running my Node app, and it's done. Oh, since I deployed an environment variable, it's gonna redo it again. Thankfully, subsequent builds are much faster since all the cool things are cached. As you can see, it's angry because it was literally shut down. And now it is back on. Now you're probably wondering, okay, that's cool. Where's the link? So you gotta go to the settings page. It's not very obvious where the link is. You have to click generate domain. So you can go looking around all these other places. You're not going to find the link to your app until you go to settings and then scroll down to generate domain. And this is also where you would attach your custom one, but we ain't there. So you click generate, and in a moment, it spits out, it randomly spit out URL for you, or it's based on your name, but it's under the Railway app primary domain, and well, if you wait for it to deploy, and then you go to the website, it will tell you there's an error. Don't you love that? So, much like Heroku, it tells you when there's an error. You can go check it out in the logs. Where are the logs? Not there. So you click on the deployment, not the link. Then you look at the logs. And you stand here confused. I'm assuming it's going to take a second for the domain to point to the right thing, because we got happy logs here. We can look at other tabs, see what's up. Yeah, this is also pretty cool. We didn't get this in Heroku, at least on the free tier. Fix missing user router. Oh, that's the thing. Get your little metrics, cute little graphs. Okay, is it ready yet? What is happening? I mean, we know it's working because it's on Heroku. 404. Is this at least an Express application? So headers, I should see X Express. Ooh, no, Express did not even join the party. Okay, let's view the logs again. Sadness. Well, let's check it on Replit. Yay, Replit finally finished. So, as you can see, after it does all the installing and all the things, it is up for you to use. Your logs are at the bottom. Your little preview is here, and what you actually care about, the URL to share it, is in that little mini tab here. Again, your URL is right here. And here you are. As you can see, I'm still logged in from last time I tried this out, but it's here. Application is fully deployed. We know because we can see stuff from the database right here. So that's Replit for you. Takes a moment to load, but once it does, it works pretty well. Your RAM's going to be a thing, but aside from that, you should be good. I'm going to leave that running. Let's see if Railway has decided to... Nope. Okay, what if we just, like, delete this? And make a new one. It's literally the same one. It's ironic because this was working before. I tested this on the day of... Doesn't want to work now, though. There we go. Okay, so if that happens and you're just like waiting and waiting and it's not working, try deleting and recreating the domain. That worked for me. And as you can see, we are online. So as you can see, we have data from the database, hence the cat. And yeah, up on production of Railway. Now the advantage of Railway is that it will receive new gets. So you can see changes made to the main branch. It's actually the release branch, so I like to update that. Cancel redeploy, please stop. And all that stuff. Off topic, it's not too off topic, is async await used always on functions that make network calls, other actions that take time in order to get off the main thread and not block other code. That's basically correct, iReflex. So the alternative would be constantly polling and awaiting, which would basically lock up JavaScript and prevent JavaScript from doing anything else. So yeah, we use async await or promises in general, because remember, async await is just promises and trench coats, to offload tasks to other pieces of code. Basically, so instead of just constantly sitting there at that line and waiting for insert thing here, we're promised that something will happen, and then we can go on and do other code. And then once that thing does happen, we will do what it is we want. Specifically with async await, we do make it blocking with the await keyword, but it's still not blocking the entire JavaScript engine to wait on that one line. It can do other stuff, including whatever it is you're waiting on. So yeah, it's anything that generally takes time. Yeah, time is what I've generally used to explain it. Like if time is a factor, then you're going to see it as a promise, callback function, async await. Though some things are resource based. Like if you're reading a file, while that will take time, it's also using an external resource. So you have to wait for that resource. Again, it's time again, but it's always at least time, I think, but it could be time plus other things that we're waiting on, which is just time. So yeah, network calls that take time. You basically had it correct. Yeah, Heroku's depreciated. Goodbye. Yeah, you can do other cool restarts, health checks. You can do all kinds of cool stuff here, but we don't really care about that for most things. Yeah, I mean, you're not right. That's exactly what they are. It reflects their promises and trench coats. Of course, yeah, I hope that cleared it up a little. Yeah, last thing that this site has, metrics. You can look at graphs. Graphs are cool, especially like if you want to stay under your free tier, you just get into certain numbers. I don't think anyone's going to hit those numbers, though. It's pretty lightweight. Most of our apps are pretty lightweight. And so that's Replit. Pretty good. A little slow. No automatic GitHub magic. Railway. A little faster. I had a problem. You probably won't. Kind of made for this. Doesn't give you full hours free, though. So not 24/7 free, unfortunately. Gives you more resources, though. And automatic Git polling. Now it's for render.now. So this one is permanently on. As you can see, I've already been here, but Pairwise Sorter. So you go here, connect to it. Again, all of these 0 credit cards, at the most they require you to auth your GitHub account. The Pairwise Sorter, you got to give your thing a name. They support other things, which is cool, but Mern Stack for the win. You get to customize your region. I don't believe even Heroku lets you do this, at least for free. West, East, Central. I don't know where to go. But we're definitely not going to EU. Stay in the US. The branch to use for your thing, so you can customize that. So as you can tell, we have branch integration. The command to build. Now they put like a yarn here. I don't know what this means. Oh, so installs library. So you can use yarn. We're not using yarn though. We're using npm. So I'm going to use npm ci. Those wondering the difference between ci and install. Ci installs just the dependencies. Install installs all of the dependencies. So looking at this lovely list here, we can see we have dependencies and we have dev dependencies. CI installs just the dependencies. It stands for continuous integration, the CI part. Install installs all of them. But if you look at all of these are all for testing and our development, aka they're not useful for running the code, which is why you only need the dependencies, hence use just CI instead. Then a start command. npm run start is what you should use since it's what you had on Heroku. And then here is your payment. Free, 512 MB of RAM and a shared CPU. Then you can do more settings like setting environment variables, which I will do right now. MongoDB URL, and we go pixel view. Paste. Oh, I don't have, that's the wrong clipboard. And paste. Now I can't show you this again because that string's visible. Actually, I can. Yeah, it's truncated off. There you go. You can't see my password. You can also add health ports and stuff. All kinds of cool stuff. You can just use /. Automatic deployments when you push the repo. Again, it's a cool feature. Lots of people like it. Then create web service. So now this one in my memory is faster than Replit, but I don't know, maybe it's not the fast as Heroku in my memory. We will see though. Yeah, you can see it builds too slow, upgrade to paid, so it's kind of they know. Where are the logs? I guess they're not here yet, but it is a loading. Oh wow. So that's an extension that was just like, hey, we want to invade your life. Yeah, health checks path. I mean, I assume, did Railway not have that? Yeah, I think Railway had health checks too. And yeah, it's one of the things that Heroku, at least on the free tier, did not give us, did they? Yeah, does Railway have health checks? Root directory start. Yeah, so Railway actually does have a health checkpoint. Pretty good things. Yeah, for sure. Like I usually do some like /health /status those are usually the two I use actually. Health and status, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good strategy. For those who don't know what we're talking about, a health point is basically an endpoint that is just to make sure that it only responds when the server's online. So it doesn't rely on anything, doesn't do anything. It just returns, I'm here. You can use that because that's how services will know if your app is running or not. Take, for example, maybe you're running a Discord bot and you want to know if your bot crashed, like, because if your server, if it's always just like listening for a port, then your Discord bot obviously is going to look offline to some services. If you ever deployed a bot to Heroku, you know you have to make a fake server so Heroku doesn't shut you down. These services allow for other things, hence the inclusion of a health endpoint, so you can point it at it and be like, it's a web server. This is how you know when it's on and off. And there are other reasons for it, but the extra customizability. And yeah, render.com, again, not the slowest, I think REPL wins that, but it's doing a lot more, so it takes time. And again, I am disappointed here because Cypress is a dev dependency and it's getting installed. Again, this isn't a you thing, this is a me thing, which I'm really confused why CI installed dev dependency, but for y'all, it won't be an issue. So again, maybe they're not slow when you don't have Cypress being installed, but still, Railways was able to handle it. Yeah, as we wait for this, we can, you can see you get your own metrics pays, kind of like Railways, so very comparable to Railways, usage, all that stuff. Your quota is per account. You have multiple apps, a bunch of other things. Apparently, you can even shell. Nope, you can't, not for free. Yeah, so a bunch of cool things, kind of like Heroku, keeping it away from you until you pay. And we will wait for that one to load. Now, here is a weird one. It's a pretty good one, but it's weird. So it's cyclic SH. Basically, all cool stuff here. They've obviously few free templates, bots, all that cool stuff. But we don't want to use a template. We want to use our own thing. So we click our repo. Again, I've already auth with GitHub, so we don't get to see that. Oh, it's already linked to cyclic. Well, this is awkward. I was supposed to show you how that worked. I thought I deleted this. Yeah, we're going to delete it again. Be gone. Oh, okay. That's maybe I did that wrong. Yeah, so let me see the actual setting then. Did I tell it to run npm install? I tell it CI. Huh. I guess I understood that wrong then, DMBull. I thought CI was just dependencies. So yeah, I'll definitely be adding that production flag to all of the things. Appreciate that. There we go. So connect cyclic to pairwise sorter. It's doing something. Wow, so you just give it the repo and it does the thing. Yeah, you're right, because the thing is that render.now didn't do Cypress. Because I know Cypress is large, it's large even for me. Yeah, it could be. Mhm. Yeah, you see this one, it doesn't give you any options. You just point it and it's like, I got your code, I'm gonna magically install it and do all the things. Yep, and as you can see, it installed. What did it do? So I'm trying to read logs here. Well, it gives you a lovely confetti JS. For those who know, you know that's confetti JS. As you can see, we didn't get any Cypress installed here. So some of them know how to do it, some of them don't. But after you're installed, you are live. And look, it's smart. It's not that smart though. It's pointing at the wrong environment variables. So it didn't give us any settings for environment variables yet. So when we go here, it's dead. So to set the environment variables, you got to come all the way down here and kind of like the other ones, MongoDB, URI, and you put it in the box. Alternatively, oh, I thought that was a text field. That bulk editor does not want to work for me. When you put it in the box, put it in the box. What's in the box? It's environment variable. I'm trying to hold up. Create new add variable. What's in the box? Okay, this is awkward. I'll scroll to the end of the string to show you this experience because I don't want you missing out on this. So I put it in the thing and I put this in the thing and the button's not working. The buttons aren't doing anything, so we're gonna awkwardly fumble around and try to figure out how to get this working now. Do I not have a deployment? 3 minutes ago, it did the build time. As you can see, this thing does listen to GitHub, so it's been listening this entire time. Build log. I love a good build log. Clicky clicky. Nothing found. Okay, let's go to real logs. No logs. Well, yeah, we're trying here. So yeah, I see the advantage of Cycler SH you get some like free storage database stuff from AWS. Trying to figure out why it ain't working though. You see anything in here? Oh, looks fine. Deploy to strange visor crow. Well, that's a different URL. I mean, it's gonna fail, but I'm expecting a error in my fail. There we go. We got an error. If we look at our logs, here we go. We see we have our thing. Cannot. Hold up. Hold up. Wait a minute. Cannot find module session files. Okay. So I rely specifically on node environment variables. Specifically, the one environment variable, which says node env is set to production. Looking at the code to explain what is happening here. Now, this is a me problem, not a you problem. No one's doing this dumb stuff like I am. We have an optional here in which, if we're in production, we're using the Mongo store. If we're not, we are dynamically requiring session file store. Hence the error, because this is a dev-only dependency. So what I need to do is add, where is it? An environment variable to set node env to the word production. Now, most JavaScript deploying places do this automatically. Not this one, though. Oh, and look, that actually worked this time. It's not wrong this time. No one in their right mind does a weird require dynamically, right? I mean, that's bad code. That's why ES6 like doesn't let you do it anymore. Or ECMAScript modules, rather, you know? I'm the crazy one around here. There we go. Now I have to hide that database. And whoops. Okay, I guess I'm changing that password. Yeah, you're right. So yeah, usually it's the second one D in bull that most things run, but the production flag might also work. But for this particular platform, it gave me zero customization options. It just took my GitHub repo and started doing things to it. So I didn't have, maybe there's a place I can change it, but it didn't really give me any of those options like implement your own custom command. It was like, I'm got this. So yeah, in this case, it did not give it to us. And I'm not even seeing a place to customize it if I wanted to. But yeah, definitely right that that was what would be the solution. If we look at our deployment, we should see some lags. Well, let's actually look at the deployments page. 7 minutes ago. Well, that's not the right one. So I just set the environment variable. I know y'all can see it because that is the wrong branch. Swap that around. Node 16. One cool feature about here is that you can add additional branches. So this is something that is more on the lines of Netlify Vercel quality of things. If you have a second branch, you can have that also deployed here. So like a testing branch or something. But let's see if the variables are good now. So I did them, I clicked save. What do you want from me? It wants me to go to the right URL, doesn't it? I remember this. Goldfish memory. It's kicking in. NVM. Yeah, I do use NVM. Wait, NVM. That's yeah, this thing, the Node Version Manager. I was thinking like, wait a minute, do I use NVM? Yeah, I've been using it since what, 14 or maybe 12 when I no, I'm using it since 8. You know, because when I had to go from 8 to the next one to like 14 or something, it was painful, very painful. Ah, forced to use MVM. Interesting. Okay, so here's let me see if this works first before I say words. Before I put words in my mouth. And there it is. So, fair bit of warning. You go to use cyclic sh. You click the URL and you're like, why isn't this URL working? It's because the URL was wrong. Go to the bottom of your build logs. You'll find the correct URL right here. Is this a me issue only? Maybe. If this happens to you, though, this is how you fix it. 17 something something. Yeah, you're not running the latest version. Are you even running code? Am I right? Like, can you really be running code if you're not running the latest? And it's missing. Yeah, you're right. It was yeah, HTTP. And there's a quote in there. What the heck? Let's drop this in chat. Boom. Good luck clicking on that. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what? Oh my goodness. Is this some kind of rendering bug? It's a rendering bug. Look at that. Look, it's a forward okay, y'all can't see it right now. It's awkward. It's a forward slash now, but when I zoom out, it's missing the forward slash. It's like rendering. The font family is like absolute. There's my open source contribution. Hey, folks, there it is. I got it. I mean, I'm not using a weird font. I'm like normal. I don't know why it's doing that. Guess as good as mine, folks. But yeah, the URL's gonna be wrong either way, slash or no slash. Once you do get it deployed, you got it back. Yeah, it's a little tick. And as you can see, it is up and running. And I'm not logged into this one. Let me just... As my favorite user. Attempting to break your app. Hey, go for it, DM Bull. I don't really care. Me, I already see on the database. It's good. Now, one thing I would like to point out is that this is behaving like a full stack Express server application. It's not. I'm not sure exactly how, but this is serverless. You heard that? This is serverless. So I don't know how they did that. I mean, I'm sure it's not that crazy, but this is serverless because they explicitly say somewhere. It's somewhere that they say it's all serverless. Running your Express app just... So I guess it spins up every time. Right? So I'm not sure the magic. This does mean that if you're using any form of real-time, WebSockets, event streams, all that good stuff, it's straight up off the table. Yeah, it's serverless magically. Dumbass. I don't really understand how. But if that's a deal breaker, it's a deal breaker. That's apparently how they offer their deal. Now this thing, let's see if render.com has finished loading. And yeah, y'all are more... Can I see the queued? Sure thing. So queued Code Wars. So let me turn off Dark Reader. That's probably why it looks weird. There you go. It's not the Dark Reader. Put it on an off tent DM Bull. And then once you're here, you can consent to JavaScript, which runs my JavaScript to fetch the Code Wars content. and the tooltips are stuck, it's not a bug. Don't worry about it. It's not. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No. Let's refresh. Get rid of them. Yeah. So it's probably dark gray that was throwing you off the bull. Okay. With that, those are all. Well, this one's. Oh, that's the other one. Never mind that one. Never mind that one. Never mind that one. Okay, it looks like this one's actually ready. I just gotta find a URL. Hey, C Films. Do I want the links to open on a new tab? Honestly, I didn't really think about it. I just made them clicky clicky links. Yeah, they don't open on a new tab, so that's good for me. Oh, you meant the Code Wars links, probably. Probably should have made that new tab. I could probably make that change right now. So it's target underscore black, right? Yeah. For sure, Gamble. Yeah, I see what you mean. That is kind of what these are meant to be. I think that's the trick. I haven't used that in a while. Oh, would you look at that? Hey, thanks for the getting me on there. I'm gonna go code for tonight to do MVC off local. Check in by liking a tweet. Good. Oh, group pairings. List of our classrooms. Okay, yeah, lots of things reading. There's the new checklist submission. No class Thursday. No stream Sunday. Okay, all sounds good. I am glad to hear it, DM Bull. It should be after how much time I've spent on this. I'm sorry, Liv. There's a project list. Did you mean project list, or did you mean group of who's assigned to who? That's what I see. And the deck. Oh, it's probably in the deck, ain't it? I mean, I can show this on there. Boop, 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 boop. Gotcha. I would love to read this thing. Apparently, I'm on room one, floor one, table one. Oh, look, I can see. Oh, you can see everyone on. Oh, that's cool. Cool. Looking forward to that. They are starting after the class. So 15 plus 45 minutes in 2 hours and 45 minutes. See films? Yeah, we actually made it to the last one. Let's see if this thing actually works. So render.com is the last one, and then yeah, we're probably gonna spend the rest of it taking a peek at the project, messing around with that. Well, render.com is really trying us. Delete some of these tabs. Eh. Okay, see film. So what you do is you look at the sheet. Oh, let me open the sheet back up. Then you look for your name, your Discord username, apparently. Ooh. Well, here comes a problem. Control F. See films. Here you are. So see films. You are on. A minute. Why am I at the top of the list? Is this? I'm sorry. That and it's cool and all, but it's like I'm at. Is it? I don't know. I'm at the top of the list. Room one, floor one. I guess I was first assigned. That means. So, C films, you are room one, table four, floor four, well, table five. And you are assigned with one, two, three, four, five. So, your mates are Ray. Oh, that's C Phil. I assume you typoed that. So, yeah, I don't know your Discord name, but you would need to search that and find it. There you go. So here's your Team C films. Jax, Akola, Cider, Dev Driftwood. Hey, you get Dev Driftwood. They're pretty great. And Chris Turk. Yeah, it's a lot of people. The sheet is literally dying. Yeah, Jimbo, why not? It's only, I mean, it's not happening just once, but you only live once, right? Yeah, a whole bunch of people, folks. It's gonna be good. I'm trying to get this room. Let's see if that wants to run. Okay, so as you can see, I'm having troubles getting render working, but it's alright. Yeah, Dean Bull. I mean, yeah, you graduated, right? You're making money, so if you're talking about Class C films, it starts in 40 minutes. I might as well set the timer for that. The group work starts in 2 hours and 40 minutes. I'm great at math. Yeah, it's about that much time. And yeah, well, dude, I mean, you can always, I mean, Leon said anyone's able to join the catch-up crew or not. But yeah, it's also, trying to think thoughts. Sorry, I can't think thoughts. Like, it's gonna happen again. Like, the whole catch-up crew is probably gonna do the whole night, too. They've been following along. Blaw's been working with them. And they're gonna have, mechanisms for repeating these project nights for sure. Plus, we're not gonna have one project. We're gonna have multiple, so... Yeah, I can definitely. That's definitely how I felt about it. Like, oh, just YOLO. And it's like, oh no, wait a minute. Structure is good. Nah. Oh, that's what I was like regretting your decisions as programming for you. Ah, yeah. We're starting to get into these meta concepts that if you get them, you get them. If you don't, you really don't. My goodness, why is this not working? I set the thing. I did the thing. Well, render did work at one point, but it's not now. Ah. I mean, yeah, it was much smaller back then for sure. Okay, C films. Well, that is going to be quite statistically, I think that's going to be statistically unlikely. Like, what are the odds that four other people also didn't show up? I think it's going to be kind of low, C films, but if it did happen, I'm sure Leon will mention it during the 2 hours of class before then. So, I'm just spitballing here. I can't read Leon's mind or tell the future. Probably there, if someone doesn't show up there, someone will also not show up somewhere else. So you will be expected, told to, or shifted to another table. Maybe. I don't know. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Lana Osb. Your day is going well. Yeah, we're gonna look one more time this render now. If it don't work, we're gonna move on. We moving on. Okay, time to move on, folks. For exactly, Jam Bull. Oh yeah, I assume. Yeah, I mean, we might have been paired up based on time zones. I have no idea behind the magic. But what I did like to see is the fact that we are using the 2D NBC template. There are always going to be problem C films, and that's the thing. Even when time zones match up, people's lives don't match up. Like, I'm gonna match up with people if I'm with other Eastern Central Time or Eastern people Like, I'm not going to be available at all the hours they're available on. I'm going to be statistically more likely to be available, obviously, but that's not going to guarantee nothing. So it's just increasing the odds, opening more doors. Yeah, doors. I was about to say opening more windows. No, Leon's a door person. Yeah, fancy. You're literally you're getting paid to work with money. I mean, what are you, a banker all of a sudden? You're the digital banker. Yeah. Sorry, goldfish. I was about to do a thing. Yeah, here's the thing I'm doing. Um, so we're janking this together. Super jank, all the jank. Look at this file. This is great. Okay, GitHub just got really confused. I know what got confused. Git init. There's no Git repository here. Hey, there you go. DN Bank. That's what we were talking about. Know what that error is about? This is something you always want to see this error. This is a great error. Oh look, it's another great error. Oh, I love those errors. Hype, yeah. We'll all be there one day, right? One day. Okay, so I have some documentation technically for this. Well, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna be like, this is MVP. A little big warning thing. Now let's see. Oh, okay. VS Code doesn't want to get ready to go yet. The greatest errors. Yep, I got the best errors. No one's got errors like I do. VS Code's like, you want to enter keystrokes? We'll enter them 5 minutes later. Hey, Craft Code Fire. Craft Code here. Is this project open source? Almost all of my projects are open source. The one you're looking at is literally about to be pushed to GitHub for the first time, so it will be. I'm trying to think of a way to say. Basically, I'm going to do a bunch of Git forces to this. Um, Development. Trying to think of a thing. There we go. That's pretty much a good disclaimer, right? It's like use at your own risk kind of thing, right? That's what I'm trying to say. 'Cause I just want to get it up there. There we go. And now I have to do all the Git stuff. So source control to add all the things. Yeah, new error. I have nothing excepting when the error goes away. Hey, there you go, crafter code. Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to learn some stuff, literally in like 33 minutes, there's going to be 100 devs stream. So it's right here on Twitch. We're learning full stack web development using the Mern stack. So lots of cool portfolios there. We're a little bit far into it. So this particular class, we're going to be learning authentication, but we started from scratch. Yeah, I assume you know a little bit more than scratch. So if you're looking for portfolio stuff, yeah, you can jump in anytime. All the material is on YouTube for free. I got lots of code in here. There's a lot of code here. As long as I don't put any swear words are commented out here, I think I'm good. Just looking for the swears to make sure I didn't put them in here. Okay, that's just angry yelling. That's good. It's fine in my look. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. All unused functions, they go to the internet. To the internet. Then all the files. I think I'm just gonna go real easy on this. Git add public. all the public things. Get in the repo. Yeah. Because look, as you can see, I have 15 extensions for Cytoscape, each one their own script. It's absolutely perfect. That's alright, see, films. That's everyone's at their own pace, or everyone can be at their own pace, you know? Everyone doesn't have the exact same privilege of time other people do. First comment. Commit. I know how to spell words. Don't you worry about it. So, github.com. Yeah, SQL and relational. I mean, that's what kind of what Leon recommends, right? Going deep, not wide, on these topics. And if SQL and relational is going to get you the job, then go for it. Where's the box? There we go. New repo. Ah, this is where I give it a name. I'm already called it Express. Oh, come on. Express Handler Tracker. The best name anyone has ever come up with. Looking forward to being named that in a week. And create repo. And push existing repo. I hate why, for some reason, I changed an extension recently where Control B adds bolding to things to Markdown, and it has been super annoying. I would like to add an additional feature. Hold on, how much time do I got left? I got time. We got time. We got time to test this out before we go adding additional features. Oh no, why is this? Did I add something wrong to the git ignore? Node modules is commented out. Okay, it looks fine. I didn't add that file. Graph. What's in here? Nothing big. Bar. Lots of unused files there, but that's fine. Where's the spectrum? The spectrum out to get me. Gonna be really hard to use this when I can't access anything. Am I using paper CSS? Yeah, I use a little bit of paper CSS. Oh, it's on the CDN, I bet, still. Yeah, I used it for this particular project. I've been, I saw it recently and I was like, I want to use it at some point. So I did. I would show you it, but we have to wait for this command to run. I'm not really using it to its fullest potential because I'm combining it with Window Engine, so I also haven't used the dark mode of it yet, but lots of things to go, you know. And here we are finished, and now if we look at the GitHub, so again, I'm hesitant to even link the thing to y'all because I don't want y'all using it and it catching on fire, but there it do be if you want to look at it. Very much a work in progress. This install command is inaccurate though, so that's the first thing that's going to be fixed. Because the actual install command, which we're about to find out, I have not gotten that to npm yet. I depend about who. Yeah, I mean, it's complained on me about a few things. Haven't really given it the light of day. Nothing is that production level for me, but I mean, I've just seen the versions been like, okay, I'll do it myself. Didn't realize it could update it for you. Sounds fancy. Goldfish memory. Here we go. So yeah, we want to clone Leon's thing. I'm actually doing this for the... So yeah, I'm not getting... I guess I am technically getting a little head start in the work. Just getting it cloned. One loves a good clone. So, npm install from GitHub. Here comes the experimental stuff, which determines if this is gonna work, or we're gonna spend the next 25 minutes me freaking out of how to do this. Yeah. Yep, one more tab, one more VS Code is exactly what we need. So I think you just give it the URL. It's supposed to be smart and cool like that. Look at the README. While I have looked at this project, never really looked at it. npm install an env file, db strang. Okay, I love that. Make the database. I'm gonna make a local database, although for obviously when we actually go to the group project, I will be allocating a new one that we all can use. Yeah, so I created a database folder, told Mongo, put the data in the folder. And now I have to create myself an env file. Oh, there's already one here. Ah, look, there's Leon's. I remember this project now. The goldfish has caught up with me. So, autocomplete has left me though, so I have to manually type stuff in. Ah. Localhost 27017. And to dos should be the DB string. Now if we npm run, about to find out, npm run start, we got node man in the house, or node daemon in the house. Server's catching, localhost port 2121. 2121. There we go. Log in, sign up. Now we're not doing a darn thing with this code until I am acting as my own guinea pig. npm I, username, project name. Okay, cool. So we're just like this. Oh, I want the full URL. Okay, full URL. Gotcha. npm I like this. You know, this is technically developed. Let's install it. First time doing this in a while. Aside from random instructions from other repos. But to find out if I built my project correctly. Oh yeah, I have like so many extra dependencies too. I forgot about those. Okay, that is looking good. Now if we do the thing, so looking at package.json, it got called, and look, that's the properly named scope doohickey thing. Awesome. Which means, look, these docs are also outdated. Look at all them outdated docs. This is why whenever you write instructions, you should always follow the rewritten instructions from scratch, because you never believe what you make wrong. Main file is server.js, and port is 2122. I like being off by 1. I don't actually know craft code here. I do not know what we're supposed to be doing with this. I imagine we're supposed to be using this as a base, and then we're doing something to this. I'm not sure what we're doing with this, but this is our template, our base, what we start with, and then we're gonna do something to it. It could be in the slides. I haven't read the slides yet. If y'all want to sneak ahead and try a peek at them. But yeah, we're using this as a template, and then we're doing stuff with it. If you're asking what I'm doing to this, I'm adding my inspector to see how it works with random pieces of code, particularly this one, because I'm going to try to be useful to my team, to be like, you look at this photograph. Like that song, you know? Run. Start. Also, I'm using this as a test to see if my instructions are good. As you can tell, my instructions are lacking in various places. If you're asking, oh yeah, sorry, Dimple. And yeah, just break it in general to TS. I mean, yeah, it's always good to, you know, get your hands dirty, knock the rust off, as they say, you know. It's always fun. That's why I still code Python every now and then, just you know, just to mess with it. Remember that I can. So these are the instructions to install the next thing. You see, I put out little cute comments when you are missing instrumentation, because I'm not about to go get Babel involved. So that sounds like work. And NodeMon's doing the happiness. My computer is like, too much. Okay, and now UI is available at 2122. So if we go to 2122, we can see this moment of truth, folks. It's in dark mode. Ah, look at that! Look at that! Random pieces of code. I mean, they're in MVC firmware, but look at that. We have a config file. We can see our models, our controllers, our middlewares, our views. Oh, for sure, Diamble. That's the proof that you're growing, right? You always have to. If past use code is hasn't gotten worse, that means current you hasn't gotten better, right? Obviously, there's some more nuance in that, but okay. I'm gonna keep this as mini. Okay, I was trying to do that. There's no way my computer's gonna let me do this. Basically, you see this little green dot up here? This indicates that there is up here. Up here. I mean, there is server-side streams going on, so as I make a request, it will automatically update. So if I look at the request list, you can see it's sad and empty. But as I make a request to the home page, maybe, it's live updating. I spent like 30 minutes getting this working, fighting with service-sent events because I hadn't used them in a while. And then you click them, and you're like, look at this, look at that, look at that. Oh, this is kind of sad. It doesn't really show as much. Ooh. Uh-oh, I think it's broken. Who knows, Diamble, if it's that old of a version? I mean, as long as all the package versions are frozen back in time, it should still work. Yeah, I think it'll still work. Oh no, internal field out of bounds. So I know what's causing this. This is the most annoying error. I thought I would get past it. This is painful. So I'm deep cloning all of the objects. Clone has an error when it touches certain things like sockets, and it causes an explosion. This isn't really good for the soul. I believe a solution, though, at least the one I experienced, was running in dev mode. So yeah, very sad about this development. Maybe a bypass will work. Maybe I'll just disable cloning entirely. Ironically, you can't try catch a segmentation fault or whatever this is equivalent of. If I could, I would have. Okay, so everyone's updating. Ah, the big crash. Great sadness. Cloning is kind of a big part of it, though. It works. It does work. It works. It's just very delicate. Oh, this is actually, yeah, so I actually have access to my own project under this code here, so I can go in and fix it. So all this cloning code, we can stop cloning, basically, right? So clone but ignore. It's what's catching this on fire. Why is it, though? I know why. It's specifically cloning a mongoose object or a socket-based thing does the bad. Well, I can look, though. It stopped at the logger. So, yeah, it's specifically the session that is catching on fire. Just build a new project at that point, eh? Build it out from new. It's like that ship, right? If you build out all the new projects, it's gonna be is it the same project or is it a new project entirely? Swap all the parts out. Hmm. Trying to think which is the problem. This one or the other one? Oh, I have no idea craft code here. Leon might if you stick around for until the class starts. But I mean, like Leon said, they didn't write all of this from scratch. They use other templates. They use Brad Travesty's comment, so it's not from scratch. I know that. Imagine for Leon, maybe a day. Again, I don't know. You'd have to ask them. I didn't make this project. Unless you're talking about the visualizer, in which case it's been a week. What is this one about? Oh, the Express Tracker. Yeah, it's been about a week. I started it Thursday, so last Thursday. Why is this angry? Cannot convert undefined or null to object. So I'm doing an inspect. You know what we're doing? We're doing more console. We're doing more comments. We're gonna comment the entire code base to get this working. This is how you know it's real degenerate hours, when you got more comments than code. Okay, I better catch it. Let's catch it. No. Okay, it's another clone call. So all of them are bad, apparently. So who needs cloning? Am I right? Am I right? Who needs this feature that was kind of the integral part of the app? So I didn't want to write my own cloning code, but apparently I'm gonna have to, and I built it and fill it with basically a bunch of ignores and stuff, so it will be smart, or I will just make it a shallow clone only. Yeah, not the goal, but I'm not seeing many options. There we go. Okay, we have this far. I'm not gonna be too in arms about it. We're just gonna work through this. So, username, email, password, submit query. Please enter an email. Love some HTML validation. Favorite email, email at email. And then we can look at our requests to post sign up. Maybe we can see some information here. Let's see how much is left after the great commenting out. Yeah, not much real estate here. They'll live down there. Oh, wow. Looks amazing. This is why you test things, right, folks? So 23 errors. Diffs.request is undefined because I included diffs. Wait a minute, I didn't do that. It's an empty string. Let's look at 332. I'll put a breakpoint on you, and we'll take a look right now. A breakpoint. Okay, I have to bring the window over. Boop. There we go. Event.diffs. So it's an object with nothing on it. Oh, so the try is there and the catch is there. Gotcha. I need to initialize to an empty string. Easy fix. This one actually is an easy fix. And play to your heart's content. Okay, that part should be working. All my lovely windows. We do the post. All the things. We don't see anything because why? The redirect worked. Event diffs request is undefined. Well, this is on the server side. I just realized I modified server side code without, because node mod does not look at node modules. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Boozma13. Your day has been going well. I'm over here swatting bugs like crazy. Actually, I'm just duct taping the heck out of this, more like it. Am I still logged in? I should be, because it's a Mongo store. There we go. Get to do. Serve sac. Okay, we have the pointy things. It points. It points to the right thing, folks. That is good. I'm glad to see it points. Hey, look at the pointy. Oh, look at the view. Okay, the view. That's actually useful. The view is coming through. And the response. Okay, it is not useless, folks. Let's actually go up the rest of the views while we're here. So we're gonna log out, log in. We'll get to the sign up page while we're here. Now we can log in with username, password, and not password. We're gonna fail. That's an email address. Email at email. It's gonna fail as expected. Email at email, and then password. We have our to-dos. We add a new to-do, the letter R. They are our sponsor for today. We mark it as completed. Mark it as uncompleted. And do the delete. And with a refresh, because my code does not generate new views dynamically yet. Big sadness about that. We have ourselves the full thing fully graphed out. Let's close some of these. And look at that. This is Leon to do MVC example. Email input. Yeah, it looked like a username field. Whoa, dude. That's why, like, that's not an email. Yes, it is an email. Okay, so I'm going to draw this around real quick just so I can, have it. Got the middleware over here, controllers in the middle, models over here, config, you can live somewhere, I don't know, passport on the left, database on the right. So this is where you can be a little artistic, because the algorithm, I'm sad to say, folks, it never puts them in the best spots. It puts them in good spots, but never the best spots. There we go. Let's bring up that one here. Users there. We got a lot of line crossage here. You see, I want to avoid that. Auth is important. I don't want to open that yet. I can separate those a little bit. Let's bring controllers in. The views are basically a one-to-one. So the algorithms do put these lines correct sometimes. Ooh, but look at how good this is looking. I like the graphs. Can I say? Like me a pretty graph. Think if I swap this and home, it will. Oh, don't cancel. Main and to do. Who done it, board? You're not wrong. Who sent the request? Who sent it? I think I'm gonna swap these two around. Oh, over there. Over there, you. Yes, we're gonna get a crossing over here, but it's gonna make the controller a lot more. Nope. The algorithm was right. Let it be known. Computers know best. We want them in this order. And there, oh, that's also pointing. Ah, it's a crossover. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Can we swap that up there? Up there. There. Because I don't want that one crossing there. Oh, you need those. This is like some traveling salesman problem. I'm not being picky. But I like the pretty graphs. Okay, with this, I think we got everything as good as it can be. Now, just for compression, it's just shoving things closer together. While not sacrificing readability. Smush. Smush, 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 smush. Look, main controller is getting smushed over, but that's okay. And now, what we can do is we can save the layout. Good. Then, it's not really useful for the request and response inspector, so we'll leave them out of this. Then if I do a refresh, it's all going to get messed up, but I can close these windows. Do a layout restore. There we go. And let's look at requests, because that is the important one. We have all of the things, so let's see what a sign up looks like. You go through a bunch of anonymous functions. in the auth file as expected. Make our way back to the router. We hit the sign up view. That order is wrong. That's not how you draw lines. Well, it's a little confused. It's got the right spirit. That's really confused. Start from the top down. Okay, that's good. 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 Not good. Okay, so yeah, that view is being a weirdo. Wish Firefox would remember I like opening the code. Okay, yeah, so the exports get sign up. It is in the auth file. So this is where my view is coming from. Okay, something's wrong with the pathing algorithm. Let's look for a mark complete, see where that sends us. Static, parsing, all the good stuff. Router, mark completed. Sorry, Mavi. Yeah. So the visualizer's kind of on fire at the moment, unfortunately, but so a lot of it's kind of in a jimmy jam smushed together. But yeah, so I'm just going through it, making sure, seeing how it's working on this project, because I never tested it on the project that we have for class today, or for project night. I'm just making sure the things point to the right places. Marked complete. Nice. Because I'm probably going to share this image with my project mates. Just make sure everyone can understand what things are doing where. Thankfully, we got 2 hours for that. By the way, I hope your Tuesday's been going well, Mavi. And mine has, aside from freaking out about all these errors. I can't fix them, though. We have the technology. The great thing about this non-transpiled code is it's the same code I like. So, code. You go to the Pairwise Sorter. Unknown. GitHub. Express handler tracker. And I get to update all this code. So it'll, quote, just work. And that'll be it. Then I'll update the README instructions. And all in, so it's not 5 minutes. My timer skills have failed me. Okay, it's also not that many. Yeah, it's about 8 minutes till Leon goes live. So index, paste, and then graph. Where is it? Oh, graph didn't need a paste. It was index. That was all the problem. And readme. So I did the command npm I express handler tracker, because this is the command we use until I deal with npm. Oh, and I love this. I somehow changed markdown extensions, and it has been the worst decision I could have made. It has so much latency, and shortcuts are all wrong. Looking forward to getting back to whatever I was using before. I see, like, look at that. I selected things I want to paste, and it was so slow. There we go. So we do that, capitalize that D just for funsies. Okay, and we will update these changes. What's this going to be? Fix breaking clone code. If anyone does, I know maybe I'm probably only talking to D and Bull here, know of a good deep cloning library in JavaScript, I would love to know, because apparently clone is not a good one. If you know a good way, just deep clone things in JavaScript in general, and I'm fine with throwing away stuff that can't be cloned, right? I would rather throw away, for example, a socket connection than try and clone it and crash JavaScript. So, if anyone knows, I would greatly appreciate. And here we are with updated instructions, updated requires. Yeah, that one's updated. That one's wow. I was literally those two. Ah, okay. I appreciate that you thinking though, because I'll show you the issue because I'm basically done now. npm clone breaks v8. I thought it was an off by one. Like I thought my code is so crazy, but no, it's. Oh, wait a minute. I just found a new library. Gotta hit up the history to find it. Hey, Nerd Nine. Yeah, we actually got it up onto GitHub. It was broken, so we commented out like a bunch of code. It's less powerful now, but it works, which is what matters. And right now, I'm looking at this. Sorry, I had to look at my history. AC films, yeah. So this is the issue I found before, and this is the exact one I get. And you can see that they basically closed the pull request, kind of being a not our problem or whatever. So, yeah, this is the most popular one too. So I'd go for another one. I'll try another one eventually. Hey, Mine Wolf, thanks for coming on by. Cool, I appreciate you coming by. Though I think everyone knows who you are, but in case someone doesn't, Mine Wolf, they do great educational streams for 100 devs around all the topics and stuff. I imagine you're going to do some pretty cool off ones this Wednesday, if you got free time, of course. I've been over here fighting with charts and Node. So I built this Express visualizer that you plug in an Express app, and you can visualize all the middleware and all the files they exist in. Like, it's showing you every middleware, and it works, but when I went to use it on Leon's code, it kind of caught on fire. So there's like extra information in these boxes, but Node was like, hey, you know what, you're going to get a segmentation fault. So I commented a bunch of it out. So it's less powerful, but I think it's still somewhat powerful because you can like click this thing and be like, ooh, where's this function at? It opens in VS Code. And it does show some responses, like your JSON. You can see the JSON, so you get the beginning and the end, none of the middle parts, but it works. That's basically what I've been doing. Excited for team nights, that's for sure. I opened that sheet and the sheet barely wanted to load. I was a little freaked out though about me being the top one. Yeah, of course, yeah. Of course, DM Bull. I'll catch you next time. Appreciate you coming by. Appreciate your suggestions too. They were great. I mean, Leon's got like 3 minutes to go, so where is Leon? Where's Leon when you need him? Have I seen the movie The Island? No, I have not. Oh, I just closed that tab. I was supposed to take a screenshot so I could share the screenshot with my group. But no, I have not seen the Island movie or the movie called The Island. Is it good? I assume it's somewhat good. Store. Where is my stuff? Network error. I turned the server off, didn't I? Yeah, an offline server would do that. And what code is this? Yeah, the server was offline. Better go catch the server. Ah, okay, yeah. I'll have to check it out then. Run start. Ewan McGregor's best movie about. I don't know. I mean, some would argue against that. But if you say so, I'm sure it's the best. Okay, where is my thing? Restore. Go away all the tabs. There we go. This is like the main reason I even built this library, because I was annoyed at all the visualizations didn't look like good MVC, so all that for a picture, folks. Hey, thanks for the follow there, Jack Obi-Wan. Speaking of, how topical, Mr. Hurge is like, oh, that's my cue to show up. Be any minute now. For those who aren't aware, we're going to be rating 100 devs. They are an agency with a free training program to get you from zero to full stack software engineer out of, but basically from nothing, from no experience to barely knowing use, just knowing how to use a computer to HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Mongo, Express, React, Node, all the parts. And the great thing about it is it's not just learning the tech, it's learning how to get a job with the tech. So should definitely stay and hang out. We're pretty far into the program at this point. We're learning authentication, but all their stuff's on YouTube. You can always join the Discord too to catch the early materials, or just hang out. There are channels, help channels, if you have any questions. It's a pretty great community, which it's rare to find. Jack, if you want, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm just happy to help, you know? Yeah. Hope y'all are excited for these group projects. Hey, Leah, we got everyone coming in to check out. Hello. Those who don't know, Leah Codes, also fellow 100 Dever, do some pretty cool streams himself. Is your computer? Do you have your computer yet? Where is it? Where are your streams at? Come on. The bot literally doesn't have your bot. That's how bad the computer has been. Thanks for the follow there, Jason Carr. Yeah, how are you feeling about Auth and Project Night? Uh, I just, I mean, there's some other people who are helping a lot more than me now. There's like GC, Motherboard. There are a lot of people who are, and plus we got the entire mod team, especially with all this whole project night. There are a lot of helpers. I'm just one of many. Appreciate it though. Ah, great. Well, it's supposed to be in here earlier, right, Leah? So we heard that before, didn't we? Crossing fingers, eh? Ah, yeah, man, with milk. I'm sure, like, I don't know. You say you lost the lottery. I was a little freaked out. Like, it was cool and all, but like on the top of it, like here are the group pairings. Like, there's the sheet, and I'm like at the top of the list. So like, I was the first person assigned. Like, that's a lot of pressure. I don't know what that was about. But yeah, I'm number one. It's like, wait a minute, no, motherboard's supposed to be the number one leak coder. Why aren't you at the top? Yeah, it happens, Leah. Oh, for sure. I mean, there's 2 hours of streaming, fan god. Yeah, I don't want you to get confused. Like 3 hours of random project night with a project we were seeing. No, no, we're getting 2 hours of instructional material over this repo, the one linked in the Discord that I visualize. Gonna go through all the stuff about it, and then it's gonna have at least 1 hour of group work in which we do something. I don't know. I haven't read the slides. We're gonna do some group work based on the template, not from scratch. We never write code from scratch anymore, anyway. So don't worry about it. I'm pretty sure like they balance the teams out pretty well, so we're gonna be good. But yeah, folks, Leon is on. Let me start the raid. And I'll catch you next stream, which is probably going to be, I don't know. We have group project time, so I'm going to spend time on that. But yeah, if y'all want to waste some time, feel free to try to use my visualizer. I love the feedback on it. Yeah, Control C, Control V. Ironically, I think that's what gave me RSI, because I was only Control Cing and copying a bunch of times. So make sure to stretch when you Control C and Control V, folks. Don't leave your hand in one place. Yeah, of course. Yeah, this is a project we're going to be working on. I can't show you the data because the data caught on fire, but it's pretty good. And with that, let's head on over there.